2 game. I could be like, it's right there. So with that said, we're going to continue where we left off in our hard challenge mode map. So our economy is extra brutal, our guests are extra whiny, and all that stuff. And it's honestly, in a lot of ways, like, reinvigorated life to this game for me in a big way. Because my one complaint, I would say, from the initial release, was there wasn't really a place to get good difficulty settings. And as a result of it, the game was just super easy. So the way the challenge mode works, I'm just kind of trying to catch up, so you need to be repaired. We'll dismiss that. Oh, it's saying they're not accessible. I've run into this before. When you first start the game, it takes a minute to, like, figure out its pathing. Let's see. You are waiting for a staff member to get there. That's fine. This is a weird one. We've got them complaining about how long the ride takes, and I think it's just... It's a Ferris wheel. It's taking too long for more people to get on the ride. So let's drop that to 30 seconds and 1 minute. Because people are complaining that they're stuck on the ride for so long. Okay, so we got all our alerts out of the way. Now, to look at what we got going on. So we've got our wonderful park here. That, you know, you got your entrance right here. We've got our nice magic moment for going into the park where you walk in. We kind of cover everything here. Our employee area is tucked over here, where we've got it labeled family only, because our employees are referred to as family. And then we go in here, and eventually I'm going to have some big scenery things, so you got like that money shot of just walking in there and seeing all that. And then we got our wonderful signs here. No refunds, we're not liable. I can't actually turn off refunds, but you know, we can pretend. We got all our like basic souvenirs and services, and I just realized I don't have the half walls here, so let me go ahead and fix that, because that bothers me now I've seen it. We'll go here, and this was the gingerbread walls, which we're using to look like cheap plaster. Where? There you are. Oh, I have $0. 1 second. I think we just paid people. Because we should be... Yeah, the negative profitability here is because of loan repayments. We repaid $49,000 in loans. We are profitable. I just need to give it a moment to do that. So we'll need to fix that. But yeah, so we got all that there. And then over here on this side, we've got basically food and all that. And for those who don't know in the game, there's actual, like, food allergies and everything. It's not that people have allergic reactions, but, like, for example, I've got my burger place here. Everything has meat on it because it's a burger place. Understandably, there's some people who don't eat burgers. As such, if you have just this restaurant, all the people who are vegetarians and all that won't have food, and then they'll complain and leave. So that's the reason we got the 4, is between those 4, I'm able to meet every dietary need. We've got our random people walking around, our entertainers. We've got ourselves a pool here. It kind of needs more like of a border decoration, but we'll get there. We've got our one main roller... Well, actually, sorry, we have 2 roller coasters here. We got the Bank Breaker. And I don't think we named that one yet, because we did that right at the end of stream. But we got the Bank Breaker. That's been kind of our leading seller so far as roller coasters. We got a bunch of like flat rides. We like got the Drop Tower and all that. We got our slides over here. Let me get that out of the way so we don't see it. We got another cave here that's got a set of rides that are like the drop rides over on that side. We've got a surfing pool thing over there. And then we've got this. The fire is an addition we added. I didn't mean to make it that excessive, but now that it's there, I like it, so it's staying. We've got your, if you've ever been to Epcot, we've got your cruising around the world over California or whatever it is. Soarin', that's the ride. You've got your Soarin' equivalent there. We have our big roller coaster here. That's our inverted suspended roller coaster. We got our bumper cars. Alright. We're working on all that. We do have some people being pickpocketed. You're complaining about the price being too high. I'm going to cut you to $4. We are using dynamic pricing everywhere. And so basically, this I want to have just a little bit below what they're willing to pay. And then this just goes to the moon. And the idea is the lines that'll get adjusted by that. There was another thing. Do you have your music set? Yeah, you do. That's good. You're in poor condition. Call the mechanic on you. But yeah, we also noticed that there has been a major uptick in the amount of pickpockets in the parks. So I've got a lot of guards. We only started setting up zoning, but we got a lot of guards running around because the pickpockets are getting pretty wild. Alright, so I still need to name our inverted sort thing. Yeah, so you're waiting on staff members. Yeah, only one was complaining about the price, so that's perfectly fine by me. And we're back into the positives money. And all of our rides have had theming about, like, you know, price gouging, breaking the bank, all that kind of stuff. It's kind of a dystopian park. But as I mentioned, unlike regular, like, real-life parks, once you get into the park proper, there is seating everywhere. Because, again, we may not, you know, we may not operate ethically, but we're certainly not monsters. We'll price gouge, but we won't take advantage of people's disabilities and all that. We have our limits. I just noticed I missed benches on the walk-up. Probably don't need trash cans there, but I'm going to grab them anyways. Because we don't have people throwing stuff out along here, it's just fine. They just won't get used and they'll just sit there, but... Okay. So let's get a name for the inverted suspended roller coaster. We'll call this Stock Market Crisis. And excellent. That bathroom's not getting cleaned. Oh, and we are charging about $1 to use the restroom. Alright. So let's see... Right, so let's go down here and fix this building. Now I noticed that there was a gap over the walls. So I can get that sorted. So you need to be taller than that. The way you deal with pickpockets is mostly just security. There we go, finally. And now we need the rounded corner. Which I appreciate looks like it doesn't quite fit right. Which is perfect for, like, the somewhat cheap aesthetic we have here. Alright, so I fixed that, and how are you? And you have yours. So you're fine. Let's miss that one spot. Alright, so we got that sorted. So, one of the things that helps with this mode is where I mentioned before that this has, like, the really tough economy. It's stuff like this. Is you'll keep getting challenges that show up. So one of those is going to get my park rating up to 2.5. That's just going to happen naturally as I add more rides. They want me to add 3 more flat rides, and they want me to get the total amount of vomit on the ground below 35, which does not, or below 6, which does not sound like a reasonable ask. I'm going to go ahead and throw in 2 more janitors. And then the first thing I'm going to do with our brand new janitors is they've just got hired into their brand new job. Where we offer them a certain rate and everything. We're going to immediately go down here, go to our janitors, and we are going to cut their pay. because we are playing in hard economy, and until they threaten to quit, don't tell me you go through the ride. It's gonna stay that way for right now. When I have some more money makers and I need to adjust this, I'll need to slightly shift this over. I'm gonna regret doing this. I'm changing it now. So close the ride, edit the ride, go to this area here. We'll just grab this entire thing here. I'm just gonna try and shift it slightly over. You know, grab you around here and shift you slightly over, and that should be out of the way. So done. That'll require me to retest the ride because we have altered the track, and that doesn't matter. The game, there is things that will cause the rides to get physics enabled, but usually that's when something's already gone catastrophic. And we can go ahead and change the heat map here to see excitement. So even though that doesn't matter, I want it to be like proper or whatever. So I can see the excitement here. Because it takes a little bit to get going. But it's got relatively good excitement for the whole ride. Other than like the initial lift and then like where it slowly is ramping up the speed. Alright, we got a really good rating on and everything, so I'll just pop over here, open it back up, and we're good to go. Yeah, so now they won't collide. Alright, one thing I've just realized with this, if we go in here... Call mechanic to work on you. I'm pretty sure there's... Yeah, add ride camera. That's fine. So now, the question is, I've got the photo pass booth thing down here. Place a billboard display generated ride photos. We can align with surface. I need way smaller. (16 meter, 8 meter, 4 meter, 2 meter. Turn the right way? So change the image. There you go. We have... There. So we'll have like the ride photos will appear there. I can see making that to be a little bit better later. Alright, but I have noticed with this, that if we're going to have the on-ride photos, we'll need another spot. So that was for this roller coaster here. And its boarding area is down here. You know, to make this make a little bit more sense. Even though the staff walkway thing doesn't matter here, it's not a functional thing, it's an aesthetic thing. Just gonna slowly chip away where that is. And I mentioned this last time, I really appreciate that in Planet Coaster 2, just moving the Earth around, which doesn't functionally do anything mechanically for the rides, you don't get charged for. So taking the time to, like, do this kind of stuff, I'm not just hemorrhaging money doing it. Because that always bothered me with a lot of Tycoon games and city building games. That's a mechanic like, oh, well, it costs a lot of money to move Earth around. Well, yeah, but a lot of those games also has no functional purpose. Alright, there we go. So I've got that, but what I was going to say is somewhere near where we get our people off the ride, we should have that. And this is the exit to the ride. So let's go over to this side, and we're going to make a kiosk down here. What's this area look like? Yeah, there's room. So, like, here's the exit ride. We're going to go right here. I'm going to grab the terrain manipulating tool. I'm going to grab flatten. We're just going to go ahead and pop right over here. Oh, you're set to be, like, super duper small. Hang on. That's why it's not doing anything. Let's make that a little bit smaller than that. Just want to carve in here just a little bit. Then go facilities. We'll do create custom. And what we're looking for here is where the heck the photo booth is. There you go. And then we'll go scenery. And we'll want to grab the walls. And for this one, what walls do I want to use for the underground? We could use, we can use the brick. Now, as I mentioned a bunch of times while we've been playing this, is one of the tricks of making your things look better in the game is to make them look legitimate. So even though all this extra brick I'm adding in here and this extra space doesn't actually matter, I'm going to add it. That way it looks like the building that's down there is bigger than it really is. And then this one we want to have a fake door. Let's see. We'll want to go to you and turn off align with surface. What's the door we want to actually use? We're looking for just like a regular old employee kind of door thing. And we can take you to advanced move. Do that. It's a little annoying that doesn't fit quite right. We can make that work. As anyone will see, that's underground. Yep, so we got ourselves a little spot here. I'm going to open you up, link, connect to ride. We've confirmed that. So 16 meters lit, 32 meters lit, 4 meters lit. Man, some of those screens are just absurdly large. So we're going to tell it to snap to... I want to see if I can't find... Oh, let's see. Got the snap positionings on here. Because we're going to really push those. And there's a better way you can do this so far as making them all line up. That's probably enough. Alright, so I can only do them one by one. So loop, change image, rides. Car 1. Change image, ride. Car 2. Change image, ride. Car 3. Change image, ride. Car 4. Change image, ride. Car 5. All of them are extremely similar pictures. 6. 7. 8. 9. Okay, so that's how many we have. So delete these screens. And then change image, ride. And this will just be the ride itself. Yep, so those should change every once in a while where we'll see like different people on it and all that. I just realized that's taking the picture from the back. Hang on. It doesn't matter. But that doesn't feel right. Okay, there you are. Okay. Lighting, go guard. Oh, lightning? Yeah, there is, yeah, there's lightning now. That basically, the taller your ride is, the more likely it is to get struck by lightning. So this one's got a 15%. Part of what helps is by having more attractions, it spreads out the risk and all that. People think some of these rides are cheap. Oh yeah, there's that one there that we've had, but it's not been able to keep its attendance up, so we've been letting it stay cheap. You're feeling that's cheap right now. I can live with that. You're feeling that's cheap. Wait, you think that ride's cheap? Oh, invoked... and price invoked fear is cheap? I mean, I'm okay with that because of dynamic pricing. What should happen is more people will line up, and then the price will go up. So I'm actually pretty okay with that. So you think those rides are cheap? I am still shocked that we keep increasing the price on this thing, like, more and more and more. And they keep being like, it's cheap. We don't care about those. I definitely feel like one thing that probably needs to happen on this game is when it comes to the dealing with the stuff in poor maintenance. I have enough mechanics. Like, I actually have a mechanic that's assigned just to this side, which mostly means they're hovering right around there. I definitely need them to do a better job of keeping up with that. Alright. So actually working on getting more stuff. Total vomit and litter below 6. I'm surprised it's still at 36. So you want new flat rides with a nausea rating of less than 4. You're willing to give me 6,000 bucks for that. That's not too bad. I do think we should start expanding to this side a little bit. That currently we've got everything over here. I could also see justifying, though, continuing to expand down here. Either way. But right now the park's kind of lopsided where everything's over there. Let's start working on trying to get that set up. And so what we can do here is grab our stencil. You have an option here for our textures. We can copy existing texture to make sure it matches what we've got before. I can bump you up to a size 2. You should be an 8. I'll probably do is around here. Make a branch off there. Because what we're trying to do is split up the park into different segments to spread our people out farther, the guests and whatnot. Just make our life a little bit easier there. The sidewalk's not going to be perfectly even, which is, I think, is going to be a deliberate decision I'm going to make. We'll end up wanting to put more stuff here, make that hill look less artificial. Is that slide to go down one time? Yep. Park entrance is free, and we gouge you every moment from there. Guests think it has a long queue time. Well, I mean, we could solve that. I mean, it says the queue time's 0 minutes, but that's not true. They'll figure it out. That's fine. Alright, so with that, we're going to want to get ourselves some new rides. I've also got an excessive amount of research we just got sitting here. So we're going to go ahead and get the last of the flat rides unlocked. So we get all of our flat rides. I'm going to unlock the flumes, so we can do those later. I'm going to grab the tracked rides, and those are fully unlocked. So I got all the roller coasters to unlock. I haven't done anything there. And then the transport rides, I haven't done anything yet. Okay. So with that said, we have our flat rides. We want to create custom so we can decor it ourselves. But now we've got a whole range of stuff. So for the challenge, they have to have a nausea rating of less than 4. Which shouldn't be too hard with flat rides. There's not that many that go pretty high. We have the Behemoth Swing. I'm going to raise it off the ground so we can hide the platform and all that. Okay, so for your regular entrance, We're going to have the regular entrance right there. We'll put the exit out into the main path. And before we go farther, we are going to go to the ride. We are going to, put on a priority pass, which is basically your fast pass, whatever you want to call it. I'll put that over there. And I'm going to give it maximum priority. Those who pay get first dibs. And so we got all that sorted. And from here, we're going to change this to be the narrow path. Change its style to be the wood platform, because I've been using that for our exit lines. So we've got our exit to the ride. And now we're going to go over here to our queuing. We're going to change its style, being asphalt. I'm going to put a little gap right here. I have you provide a decent length queue. Most of these queues I'm making are actually probably way longer than anyone's reasonably going to wait in. But we're finding between, like, the Fast Pass and all that, they're actually willing to tolerate a lot more. I know they did adjust it because when the game first came out, their patience with queuing was, like, negligible. And there's our Fast Pass line. They're going to want to go in here and add some music to it. Alright, so let's go and see Rockability Roundabout. Rocktopus. Sure. That's that ride's sound. Alright, so we've got our basic ride here. But if we look at it, we will have a scenery rating of garbage. It's 5. It's terrible. It's appalling. It also doesn't have power nearby. So we're going to need to deal with both those things. Now, first thing I'm going to do is go down here to where our distributors are. And I'll want the distributor to be over here somewhere. I'm going to plunk it down there for right now. And we'll figure out where it's going to ultimately be later. Because people don't need to reach that. We also should click on you. I've got 86 power left over. One thing we'll want to do pretty soon is switch off of the generators we've been using. They're fine, but they're actually one of the most costly per unit of power. And instead what we're going to want to do is switch over to something like the double solar panel and all that. And then find a nice little place to pocket away in the corner where all those are going to go. Meanwhile... that's got no issues there. That's all fine there. Alright, so a whole bunch of stuff going on there. So we've got the power here. It's missing the scenery, but at least temporarily... wait, do I already have a... no, it's... and your nausea rating was fine. Yeah, it was just barely under what it's required. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do here is I will open this ride for the time being. And the Behemoth Swing, we need to be thinking about a name for Behemoth Swing. That we've been putting everything, like, on a theming of, like, money and debt and all that sort of stuff, and price gouging and all that. So we have a bunch of staff members are all kind of coming up at the same time as unavailable. We're also going to want a break room over here. What I'll do is I'll start putting down the rides, and then what I honestly could do is I actually could make the tunnel go through here. Or I could make this mountain come down this way farther, and then tuck another area down here for staff and all that. That's actually what I could do, is I could make the hill go like this, kind of have like a little cubby here, put our generators in the cubby, go down here and all that stuff. I think that'd be a good move, because then we could tuck all this over here and have like a dedicated mechanic just for the generators. Alright, so with that said, we need scenery. So let's go here, let's go to you, attach scenery. So let's hide the base of this. And we've used a bunch of different strategies for hiding the base, whether it's to raise the land, to put walls. We can use a corrugated metal as a possibility. So let's do align, don't align it. Let's re-grab it here real fast. Oh, that's not the type of wall I'm thinking. Okay, that's why it wasn't working smoothly. This is the half wall. So let's go down here. Yeah, these are like the half walls and all that. We want actual wall. So we got the castle. We got the marble. We got some rough stone half wall. Some sandstone. Wood plank. I wonder why so much this is half wall. Because I've chosen to attach it to the ride? Okay. So it seems like the, attaching it to the ride, it wanted to make it a different way than I really want it to be. Okay, so you can take the grid size, cut that to half. Now let me shift that over a little. And I'll just have to adjust this base part forward. Man, there's no winning with this. So I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to change the plan there. And you could adjust that to, like, remove the grid stacking and all that. I'm just going to go ahead and remove those walls from the bottom. What did I just gain? Was it park rating? Yeah, so we had 2.5 park rating, so we finished that challenge. We get a little influx of money. You're complaining about pickpocketing. Everyone's complaining about pickpocketing. Alright. So I'm just going to do the lazier way. Change you to be like 30 feet. We raise it till it just barely pokes through the base. Now we choose to flatten. We flatten the terrain up to this point. Now you fill that all in the inside. And we'll embed all of the path into the hill. And then we'll smooth it out to be not quite so cursed. Yeah, this is probably when we don't want to bury the whole thing in a tunnel. It's a good aesthetic to, like, bury things into tunnels and all that. But with this one, like, how much the ride swings, I think it actually look worse than rather than better. Alright. Yeah, so we're just kind of splitting up the vision a little bit from people in the queue versus not. And adding a little bit there. But also trying to make it so that it won't look quite as bad from just like these steep ledges and all that popping out. Okay, so we got a little bit of terrain there to work with. That'll help improve its looks a little bit. We got a big area over here. Now, this path doesn't actually do anything I'm about to build. Like, it doesn't really go anywhere. But it is to make it plausible. And it also lets me add stuff later if I want. Okay. So we got the vomit below the requirement, so that's all cleaned up. So we got another influx of money. Do I have any debt right now? We'll pay off our debt in full. You're in poor shape again, so call a mechanic. That's fine. Alright, so we still need actual decorations, because ground doesn't count for purposes of the ride. I think we're going to go back for, like, the rock theme that I've been using for some. It's a pretty easy way to make something look a little bit better. So you can go for the rocks here. And now I just decide which rocks we're using. I don't think I've used the red rocks anywhere. So I grab the red rocks, and we are going to go here to random the rotation and random the scale. I need to find some of the rocks that are a little bit more manageable in size. There you go. Just custom rocks. Oh, and do not align with surface, so you're not constantly correcting. Fine, I'll worry about that later. Okay, so right now I'm just grabbing a bunch of the same rock because I can make it work. And just shoving it in here. It's rotating random directions and random sizes, so that even though literally that is the same rock I'm putting down again and again, because of all those variations, it'll make it not look like the same rock. Now obviously that rock is too big for a lot of this area. So I'm going to grab some others. I have to go through and clean up a few of these manually. Alright, let's grab a different one. Yeah, because as you see, it's trying to attach itself to the ride. That's not going to be usable in that spot. Grab some other ones. Because all these will count towards the scenery score. And then again, they do stuff to kind of break up the terrain. Because this is the same kind of tactic I'd use in City Skylines. City Skylines, by default, the ground can look very, very plasticky if you just leave it as the ground as it is. So it's always the thing of grabbing a ton of trees and, like, adding water features and all that kind of stuff. And all of it was just to kind of mask the whole thing. Scenery rocks costing more on the ride. I mean, they're only like $4 each. They can get up there, but it is one of those things that the scenery score on your ride really matters. And unfortunately, a big part of that is pretty much how much the decorations cost. Generally speaking, decorations that cost more provide more scenery. The good news is these are all fine. That's not going to work. And that's where I'm going to have to go in and add stuff there. Oh, crap. I actually switched to attaching it directly to the ride, and I didn't want to do that. Alright, so go here. We're down this style of rock. Can we go over here real fast? And I'm doing it this way because right now with the ride going and all that, it's going to be fighting me the whole way. So by using these arrows instead. Alright, so we've got this, like, really craggy rock area. We obviously don't want to have the dirt we've got there, so let's, spray the area with gravel to change the terrain to not be grassy in between them. Give a little bit of a different aesthetic. So right now with the rock, that gets us up to 64. That's fine. We ejected people. Might be time to just call those in for refurbishment. Alright. So let's go and add a couple of actual scenery pieces in here. We can go to our trees. Do we have any, like, deserty trees, like cactus or anything like that? Oh, random rotation off. Snap to surface. That's still not great. Snap to align to surface. What's going on? Oh, I saw the random rotation on. I got rid of the scaling. That's fine. So we got a bunch of like little random cactus here and there. There's some cheap cactus? Yep. Yeah, that's the thing. All those decorations I was putting down, while it was a lot in volume, they're only like $4 or $5 each. So it really doesn't add that much cost to the ride for the most part. Again, just adding some random cactus just to break up the rocks a little bit. That's not going to do too much. So we're also going to want lights of some kind. So let's get rid of the cactus qualifier. Lamp posts, probably a standing lamp. An adult saguaro runs about 10k. Keep in mind these are probably plastic. So we have the firefly jars. I've been using those. Probably not the mythology ones. Because it's vaguely mine-esque. Yep, so we got all our lights that'll turn on during the night. So we're at 71% scenery bonus. We can probably go to the scenery and go to special effects. A couple places here and there that have, like, smoke coming out of the rocks here and there. Grab more. Okay, so we got some of those. Alright. So what else would fit the aesthetics here? We probably don't need to be worrying about that too much more. And the reason for that is, just the fact that what's going to probably end up happening here. I wanted to... It's fine. Wanted to copy the pair. Because we can get all this sorted. Because as we add lights and other rides and all that kind of stuff around there, all of that will contribute to the scenery score. So we should start being able to get that scenery score up. And the reason we're putting so much effort into the scenery score is your ride's prestige is very heavily tied to stuff like that. Like how much fun the ride is, all that kind of stuff all feeds into its prestige. And it is a thing in the game that you can have a ride become a classic. And if it becomes a classic, you never have to worry about, like, the ride losing popularity or anything like that. But you kind of don't know if it's just going to become, like, an old ride or a classic until you're kind of there. But regardless, it's still worth having it to, continue to boost. I'll probably add one more set of lights here. All right. We're just working getting the lights set up here real fast. And I have mentioned a few times, this is one of the things I really like about Planet Coaster, is there's so much you can do with, like, the decorations and all the not working on the attractions themselves kind of thing, that in a lot of Tycoon games, you end up finding yourself in a position where you're just basically waiting for money to happen, or for the guests to arrive, or whatever the blocker is. And I do find with how much you can customize the decoration and all that, it gives you kind of something you can do as, like, filler that you're not really spending that much money, and it does benefit you long term to have the park heavily decorated. So I've got all that. What are people complaining about? Lots of pickpocketers are being caught and everything. Let's actually pay to refurbish you and see how that works. Okay, so we need 2 more flat rides. We need to reach a park value of 160,000. Do you have promo code for Fractal? No, so I don't have like a discount code or anything like that for you, unfortunately. Like I don't get a direct kickback when people buy stuff from Fractal. But you know, it looks good if you go through the link and all that kind of stuff. So you want me to build a new coaster as well? Yeah, so get these 3 rides done. That'll probably get both those objectives done. Why is no one working on that? I should have plenty of mechanics. There's 2 more. And also, since the security guard thing is kind of constantly going, we'll add 2 more of you. Now we're going to go to our staffing. Alright. Let's go to our staff schedules. Let's actually check here. So, let's go to our staffing list up here. Surprisingly, no one's upset yet, despite me underpaying everybody. I keep waiting for people to start quitting and all of that to become a huge, big pain. But we just haven't gone there yet. Alright. You still have a headache? I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, so you still have people who want sunscreen and all that. Yuck, I can't charge you, it's so dirty. I can't find a body dryer. Right, so they want a body dryer. Okay, so facilities. That looks terrible. So I'm gonna need to get to scenery, walls, gingerbread. That still looks bad. That'll do. Align to surface. There we go. Snap position on. And loop. Okay, that'll help a bit. Cool. So they should hopefully be able to get their dryer now and stop whining. We'll refurbish you. We'll refurbish you. We'll refurbish you. And see how that helps. There you go. So at nighttime, it's a bit better lit up. It's now up to 100% scenery bonus. So we probably need to, we probably need to go and get a name for this ride. Oh, and you're actually saying the price is cheap. No problem. I can change your price. If you think it's cheap, we can change that. That's fine. There we go. Now it's not as cheap. Just costs your savings. Yeah, we got so many pickpockets running around here. Alright, so we've got that one set up there. Like I said, I think what we're going to do is have this mountain extend over here and put an employee area back there where I'm going to tuck in all of, like, the solar generators and slowly move away from this. I'll probably make the employee area cut through here as well. Maybe make our first large break room back here. Now, the large break room should probably be centered, but I can put, like, another break room back here for this staff. And that'll be fine. So that's the first of our flat rides. Now, by the fact that we already have a flat ride there, it should make the other flat rides easier to manage. Now, we got to keep it from under 4 nausea for what we're doing with this one. I don't think we have the synchronized yet. The sun flare. We've got the star wheel. So we got like your old school Ferris wheel. Alright, let's figure out this cliff, I think. I'll put like a little ride here. Let's find what we can find for like our littlest flat ride. I think this one is pretty tiny. Yeah. So I have like the little teeny tiny flat ride over here. So I have a regular entrance on the back, regular entrance on the front. We're gonna pop in here, and before we do any of this, go to our money, turn on dynamic pricing, jump the high price way up there. I found making the queue length able to be even longer is good. Enable priority pass, which I'll put down here. And the priority pass gets maximum priority. I'll want to change your music. So I want something fairly chill. Sure. Why not? Alright, so let's get this started. So we've got our exit line. It's gonna go straight on out. I'm gonna go to our queue lines. Straight on out for the fast pass. And sometimes just don't want to stick. And actually, I'll have this one just go straight on out as well. So we'll shift you a little bit over here. And duplicate you there. And there. What made you switch from Project Zomboid to Planet Coaster? Oh man, I mean, it's not Project Zomboid to Planet Coaster. I can't... It's been almost a year since I played Project Zomboid, and I play a whole range of games on channel. I'm just a variety content creator. I always have been, just I got known for Project Zomboid. But genuinely, for the short of it is, for me personally, I haven't been enjoying the direction Project Zomboid has been moving in. I like that they've added more depth to the crafting and all that, but generally speaking, it's become more and more you're kind of forced to do a lot of crafting. And if you would just like want to fight zombies and that kind of thing, it gets in the way of you doing that. But yeah, no, I mean honestly, like this is one of only two streams that I've done in Planet Coaster in forever. Yeah, no, I wasn't taking it as like a judging thing. My comment was more just along the lines of like I would say I don't really play much more Project Zomboid in general, but I do play a huge range of games. Like, even back when I played a lot of Project Zomboid, it was still usually only just over half my schedule. You tried Planet Zoo? Yeah, I like Planet Zoo on the concept and all that. My only problem with Planet Zoo is it gets to be a little much when it comes to just like dealing with, you know, the animals dying of old age and then breeding, that you have to like constantly do like these little maintenance things. It's like it's really cool from a concept, but when you're looking for like a tycoon game, which often tycoon games, you know, like the relaxing part of it is a big aspect for it, it kind of misses that mark just because of how much just, you know, little constant tweaks and adjustments and maintenance you have to do. I still think it's a good game, but it's hard to get like that relaxing tycoon experience where you work at getting your stuff stabilized and all that. I'm gonna have to clean up a lot of these. The rotations are all awful. Alright, so grab you. Twist you this way. Twist you that way. Rotate you there. That one's fine. This one's not high enough. Alright. Near side's not as bad. Okay, so we got some lights and all that. What do I want to do for your stuff? Because you're actually going to have some pretty good scenery because you're benefiting from the scenery already over there. So that's animatronics. Yeah, so almost all those are like... stuff like that. They're all like troops and all that. I was looking for something like a dancing kind of thing. Alright, statues and centerpieces. That's Medusa and a mermaid and all that. Okay, not really seeing what I'm looking for here. Okay, I can work with this, actually. It would be a note for Jeff. We can go here. probably scale you up. What I want to do is lean into sort of like the disco side of things that the music's got. Let's check our lighting and see what lighting options we have. That we could potentially light her up. Those like bottles and all that, that's not really what I'm looking for. Candles. Alright. Okay. We got those all flickering here. These might work alright. So we'll have the random scale turned on. Okay. Just gonna go and squeeze a whole bunch of these little glowing gems everywhere here. Okay, now I'll grab the next cluster of gems. And mix those in here too. Okay. But yeah, so the idea here is I'm kind of just surrounding the ride as best we can. With a bunch of the glowy gems and all that. Seems to be preferring them very small all of a sudden. Okay. Okay, now I can grab the green ones. They're a little bit squattier, so they'll be better choices for nearby the projector lights so that they don't block the light. But you get the idea here is I'm just trying to fill in a bunch of this area with this. We'll put like cavern ground underneath it. Okay. And just like this, we're getting a bunch of these down here. And we're getting pretty close to having enough might to tackle another roller coaster. Part of me wonders if this should have been underground. I think we're too late to go back to that point without it being a whole big thing. Okay. So now we're going to want to grab the terrain tool, paint. We're going to make it rough rock. Going to make that bigger so it's easier just to do it. And make it smaller again, so don't forget. Alright, so your scenery now should be like 100. Yeah, so your scenery's maxed out. So what do we got going on? A lot of people reporting pickpocketing, which is fine by me. And then you have a long ride time, which is not going to be changing. It's just the nature of that ride. I don't really have a way to make it pick up too much. Alright. Not so cheap thrills. Okay. So that takes care of that. So I got like a little area. That's what I was thinking is if I had gone and put like a cave top over this, I could have had the crystals jutting from the ceiling. But at this point where it's positioned, I don't think that'd be reasonable to do. So the cash burner they find cheap. That's fine for right now. Because one of the things I gotta worry about is some of these rides are starting to become dated. And then it's a question of, will they continue to decline in popularity, or will they eventually come back around and become a classic? If it's a classic, it's a ride that's staying here forever. If it does eventually... Like, it does eventually, you know, start continuing to date, then it'll be a whole thing. Wait, what did I name? Did I rename you? I thought I just named you Cheap Thrills. Did I name one of my guests Cheap Thrills on accident? Or... Not so cheap thrills. Alright, so I need one more flat ride. And then, like I said, we're going to add another employee area back in here. Let's start working on that employee area real fast. Alright, so you have a good one. Okay. Now, part of the plan here is I'm making a little cubby that we're going to put our solar panels in. So we can have our power generation set up where it won't be viewable by the guests, because otherwise they'll be like, wah, it's an employee area. Wah, it makes us sad that it exists because they don't like people. The guests are pretty absolutely unreasonable like that. Sorry about that. Trying to make it plausible, at least for right now. And this is just adding, like, little runoff foothill kind of things that, you know, in real life, as it would rain, you'd have, like, the little grooves in there that the rain slowly pulled away the minerals. Now let's see, this is another place we could have you. Alright. Is it possible to make a rock cliff extend over to create a roof with the crystals? Yeah, I was starting to do that. It just wasn't looking very good. Because, like, I could make, like, a big ledge. It'd just be hard to make it look good. I think pocketing it in a little bit around here with some rock, I think is not too bad. So it's sort of like it was carved into the rock. I think that'll work all right. And then maybe what I could do is over there, like, shove a couple more crystals up against the rock wall later. I won't worry about that right this second. Because Because ultimately, while I'm doing this, the intent is to add another place for my staff to work, and then again, to hide all the solar power back here. So I can have a mechanic dedicated to just the solar power to keep it all online. All right. Cool, so what's going to happen here, though, I'm going to grab this tool, start tunneling right on in there. And straight on through. Okay, so scenery, staff queues, or staff walking paths. So that goes straight through. Now the catch is I do have a staff area already in here. And it would be good if I can connect them. But that's going to be pretty hard to pull off. So let's go to our staff areas. We go down here. You can see my existing staff area where we have all our other generators. It would be nice to connect those. I don't think I'm going to. I will copy that sign, though. All right. So we've got this is the employees area. Let's zip on over here real fast. And grab like the employees only sign. Alright, so now I need the lights. We do have lights we've been using for the employees only area over here. So grab some of those. Oh. Grab you. So I need to copy that. We need to go here and do not allow for random size. Alright, so we got our lighting down here. And now what I want to do is grab our tool again. Start carving into the wall here. Change our path for the employees here to the stencil. Am I making that path bigger than I'm expecting to? You are, yeah, so you are... Oh, you could be smaller. Alright, hang on. Yeah, that one's fine. This one's wrong. So let's go ahead and delete this path for just a moment. And we'll grab you. Stencil size, we just put down to 1. And that'll be fine as well. So you got our lighting over here. Alright, so facilities, we're going to have for our staff. I'm not sure. So the number of employees it can handle is the big difference here. So right now I'm just going to go ahead and put a break room there. That's fine. It's open. It can handle 4 people per time segment. We got that tucked back in here. There's also room if I want to add any more other faculties back there. We can pop on over here. Because this is where, like, the big stuff's going to happen. So you can get out of here. Okay. Alright, so we're not quite ready for it yet, but we're going to want to go here, and it's going to be a big spend. Then I'll put a pair of solar panels right there. And we're going to start switching our power over to be the better power. Alright, in the meantime, we're going to keep getting these rides going. So let's see. That's just telling me the thing I was building was not accessible. We have a lot of pickpockets all over the place. Yeah, so one more flat ride will make that happy. So let's see what our last flat ride's going to be over here. I'm leaning towards maybe doing a Ferris wheel. They already have stuff like the Skybeam, because it has to be a nausea of less than 4. Synchronize the tiny little one. Alright, we got our end-of-day report. That the guest experience was 5, the park reputation was 5, the park rating is 2.84. The average rides per adult is 3.26. The average rides per child is 3.2. And we have the Sky Tower. It feels like that should be more towards the middle, though. Can't do the overpower. Nausea rating's too high. Alright. Yeah, I have a different Ferris wheel with the big wheel. It's kind of a weird ride. It's a little hard to fit in that spot, though. Okay. The Screaminator. We can't use it, its nausea is too high, but that's certainly a thing. I'm going to hide the distributor underneath it. As cannot cross. It's fine, we can still hide it. Oh, what was your nausea? Wasn't paying close attention. The overpower's too high. It's too high. The mech roller I can't do either. For what I'm trying to do. I can use you, though. Alright. So the entrance is going to be way back there. The exit will be over there. And then before we get too far, because I built that one pretty high up. We're going to grab you, do this, dynamic pricing, tell it I can go way higher if needed. Set you to allow a longer queue. We need to add our fast pass line and set it to maximum priority so we can continue to jack up the price in the fast pass. Alright, so here's the exit. That's going to be a pretty steep decline, but that's okay. And there's our fast pass queue. Now we'll go here. Grab a regular line. Okay, there'll be our lines there. This will be another one I'm going to change the terrain. This will be hard to hide this otherwise. And luckily, while you do have to do maintenance on the generators, you do not need to do maintenance on the, You do not need to do maintenance on distributors. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. And thank you, Such a Cookie, for the 620 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. My apologies, I'm just like getting zoned in on the game, trying to like get the terrain the way I want it and all that stuff. Which is part of the fun, is like getting all these things designed to make it into authentic park and all that. Versus it's really easy to just fall into making everything like flat, and you can play that way. Like, for the record, the game absolutely will let you do that. If you just want to make a flat thing and then just like toss some stuff up here. If you're like, man, I'm really bad at decorating, I really don't want to put a lot of time into that, that's kind of fine too. I could work with this. Okay. Then you're gonna burying the lines underneath rock. You get this. Oh yeah, now Planet Coaster 2 is good. It had a little bit of a rough launch, but this, at this point, I would say, outside of like a couple specific things, it's pretty much reached the point of just being better than the original. Like, it was missing some content at the beginning. There was some like simulation issues pretty early on. But they've done a really good job of continuing to add and expand and all that kind of stuff. Like, it does take a little bit of adjusting to that there's differences in it and the previous title. But I wouldn't say there's anything that's, like, straight up negative. Now it's warning me that I'm underpaying my staff and they're starting to get upset about it. Good for them. If they're not ready to quit, they better, you know, just kind of stop whining, because, you know. It looks good. You've been watching you play the last couple days, and it's where you need it to be for sure. Oh yeah, no, like so it first came out, it was like, I would still say it was a good time, but it had some stuff like the flume rides and that, the queuing was a bit messy, and it would take forever, so it was hard to get like good money out of the flume rides, and some of the other stuff was a little bit overpowered and all that. Like, the balance, like, really wasn't there. The kind of, like, lacking on difficulty settings when the game first came out hurt it to be, you know, for me quite a bit. Alright. Plan here is I'm going to have the mountain hill here, whatever, across the way. You wonder if it'd be better during the winter sale? I have no idea. I don't actually know what the sale price is right now because I already own the game from when it first released. It's always kind of one of those things you can wait on. Maybe it gets a better sable, maybe not. Half off is pretty solid. I have, like, this isn't me doing, it's like, you know, half off, like, it's not often you get sales that are more than that. But yeah, I have no, like, they don't tell me, like, when they're gonna put on sale. Like, sometimes I'll have games that'll do that for me, but I don't have any information on this one, like, when they do their sales, what their sales are, any of those plans. Like, very genuinely, they haven't reached out to me to do anything with this game. Like, you know, I got the key originally. I can't remember if I bought it or they gave me a key. Actually, I can check that. No, I bought the key, because otherwise I have a category, anything that I'm given a key for by the devs or publisher, I have a category to keep track of whether I bought something or they gave it to me. And I've been very happy with what I got. Even when the game first came out, while it did have some rough edges that needed to be fixed, I didn't think it was that bad. It's not like, say, Skylines 2 was. Say, Skylines 2, when that first dropped, was, like, really inexcusably in rough shape, and they never really have gotten it to be in a good place. It's in an okay place now. But with Colossal Order no longer involved in the dev of that, and that they've kind of put kind of a fairly unproven dev team in charge, we'll see what happens. Because, like, obviously we don't know the details on who caused what issues or whatever. Because the initial thought was that Paradox pushed them to release early, but then, you know, it's been a year since it came out, and it's still in bad shape. And so you're kind of like, alright, well that wasn't just Paradox being like, hey, you need to release it early. Like, there's a certain point where you're like, the devs have failed to deliver. That, you know, the publisher isn't the direct problem. You could argue maybe the publisher didn't give them the resources they needed, that kind of thing. But it's not, as far as I'm aware, it's not like they ever laid off a bunch of the devs in Colossal Order or anything like that. So, you know, the devs set their own, like, this is what we're aiming to do kind of thing. So it does genuinely feel like Colossal Order maybe bit off more than they can chew and just couldn't figure out how to get things going, or they've got some, like, managerial issues or something going on there. Yeah, so Paradox and Colossal Order split ways, and then they put, you know, new devs on top, and they just only recently did that, so we don't know how that's going to turn out yet. It's not very encouraging. It's very hard for someone to take over someone else's project and have that go well when it's a complicated project of which a game would qualify. It's not never worked out, but it's a tricky one. It's different when they take over a franchise and they're making a net new title in the franchise. That's got a better track record. But just straight up assuming control of someone else's game is very mixed. Kind of leaning for this to be a much bigger amount than I originally gave it credit for. That'll work. This, like, this face here is a little rough. Part of me wants to put, like, a little pocket, like an excavation-looking kind of machine over here. Put, like, a little spot right here. And we can put, like, an excavation-looking machine with the idea being that, you know, they've, like, mined along here and that this is supposed to be, like, this rocky, generally underground area. So, scenery, vehicles. Do you have anything that could pass as, like, industrial machinery? Those are sub parts, those are spaceship parts. I might be able to assemble something with that. I could possibly turn that into, like, an excavator-looking thing. We'll worry about that later. That could be if I ever find myself, like, really hurting on money, we can just sit there and work on that. Alright. We have all the pickpocketing things. We don't care about that. We don't care about this. We do not care about our staff whining about their pay. Alright, we're good. So let's check on our staff, make sure no one's actually upset with us yet. I'm down to continue to underpay them, but there's a difference between underpaying them and them quitting. When they quit, that's a problem. Alright, so with you... I can open you. You don't have a high decor score yet because those cliffs don't count for anything. Like, terrain in itself doesn't give you any scenery. You have to do something on the terrain. And I have to see how that thing moves to know where I have to carve out to make sure it's not colliding. Nope, and that gave me my reward for my flat rides. In the hole. Just giving it a moment to have a couple people pop on here. I'm going to need to add lights onto those queues and all that, which will help with the score. I just want to see the ride operate to know if I have to, like, carve away these to make room for it. You know, to avoid clipping things, so when you follow guests, it doesn't look too cursed. And then we'll definitely need to assign a mechanic to this area exclusively and a security guard here. One of the other things I could do while we wait is where... Need to get our park benches all set up. Okay, that side's fine. Oh, right against it without hitting either side. Excellent. And there's litter everywhere over here because I haven't built any trash cans because I forgot. Okay, so I got all that. Put a pair here. And there. Put it in all sides of that corner. Okay. So I got all that figured out for now. So let's go get our lights set up for... Oh, do you have music assigned to you? Alright. Sure. That's a weird choice of song for that ride, but you know what? I can work with it. Alright, so scenery. We're going to need lights. And then we're going to need wall lights. Okay. This will help a little bit with the scenery around the ride. And you could take the time to dress up your lines to be like fully decked out the entire way. Meanwhile, need to add lights to the exit as well. Cool. Alright. So I've got you set up, and let's check your pricing. We've got the big range there. We're not getting any real details quite yet back on it. Your decor is now up to 28%. So what do we want to add for you for your decorations? You have the rocks. I'm not looking really into rocks right now. The bushes and the trees don't feel like they'll be a big one. Let's see. So you got smoke burst, mist. Having a bunch of mist here at the bottom. Okay. So that'd be like this misty, cavernous thing. That boosted us up to 90%. Okay, we can go to scenery. Oh, there's a huge mister. %. Yep, that'll get self-sorted. That's putting you up to 100% as well. You're up to 100%. You're at 97. By the time we add any other ride around here, it'll get that sorted. So we've got our 3 brand new flat rides. And we once again have a bajillion pickpockets. And we have all of our staff members who are getting mad about me underpaying them. Guests find cycle of debt to be cheap. Cool. And so little by little our park is coming together. Now, we check on our stuff here. Find the cash burner cheap. But I mean, there's no wait time on it at all, so that's fine. Alright. So in 12,000 more park value, we'll get another objective done. We have the building the new coaster. And you want me to research water coasters too, which I can probably do like right now. So we go to our research. Oh. Did I turn off the mechanic spot? You're inactive. So I'm gonna go to you. Staff schedule. Advanced. Actually, research. So let's get you back to researching, because I didn't realize I accidentally unqueued my mechanics from researching at all. So I've got that. Okay, so the next thing I probably need to do is go to our staff zones, create new zone. So I'll scoot you right over here. Alright, so zone. I'm gonna need to make some good names for these zones eventually. What does make me curious is when we choose staff zones, they're giving a rating here. Yeah, it shows like the scenery rating, the prestige rating. There's a guest popularity rating. How happy the staff are there, the total income of the zone. There's a lot of really cool information here. But like, I don't know what's going into that rating. It's not super detailed, because that being a 0 rating and a 0 prestige. Oh, there's physically no rides in that area. I see. Versus this has a couple of rides. And that has it. So, okay, so you can work on getting that zone to be gradually better. But Zone 2 here, in the middle, doesn't technically have a ride at all. Alright, that's okay. So let's see here. So, we are at the stage where I can go down here. Go to facilities, solar, and plunk you down. And plug you into the grid. Mechanics. I was curious if I could change your schedule to be like, hey, I want you to have a much more aggressive schedule. That's fine. So now we're going to want to go to our staff schedule here. Staff. We want to go to our mechanics here. You're looking for work. You are not assigned to a zone, so edit zone 3. You are going to focus... Oh, 1 second. I need to do service and repair, service and repair. Selected task. So grabbing you. I need to get to your schedule. You're going to be assigned. You're going to be assigned to Zone 3. And apply all day. Confirm. Confirm. So I've got one mechanic dedicated to this zone. That we hopefully will be able to keep on top of this stuff here. I guess pickpocketing being reported. Get those being marked as cheap. You're in poor condition. Please repair. You're in poor condition. Please repair. You're in poor condition. Please repair. There are no mechanics workshops. What? It should be one right there. Huh. Alright. So let's double check in our staff and make sure that mechanic I set to the research isn't like scheduled to their own zone or whatever. We can go check at the schedule. Okay, so there's our one that's set to research. Are you set to a zone? You are not set to a zone. Okay, so you should be able to do that. Alright, anyways, so we did get that built. So that should help us a great deal dealing with all that. Let's go ahead and while we're at it, I'm going to hire an additional security guard. I'm going to hire an additional janitor. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pop in here real fast, go to our staff. I'm going to find that janitor, which is you. I'm going to go to your schedule. I'm going to go to your assignment here, which I keep clicking the wrong button. The staff schedule. Click there, advanced, zone 3, apply all day. Alright, get out of here. And now I'll go back to schedule here for staff security. And basically I'm going to make sure I have one dedicated person who just chills in each of those areas. So that'd be you. Remove the filter. I didn't want to do that. That was not what I was aiming for. Staff schedule. Okay. So I go here, advanced. That's still the janitor. Alright. Is the security guard nearby still? Yes, the security guard's right there. Alright. Yes, that shows where our security guards are watching right now. So go here, staff schedule on you. And I'll assign you to Zone 3. Alright. Yeah, so you can see I got 2 security guards kind of in that middle area. A bunch looming over here. Got one back there. There's one in the break room back here. So you are moving around with all that. And one thing I could also do is I could also set up some cameras here, which is probably something I'm just going to have to do. I'm not looking to like fully cover the whole park. I want to say the cameras actually have a pretty high maintenance cost. But I would like to have just you know, cover at primary intersections, that kind of things. Just every once in a while. Alright. So all in all, the park's looking pretty good. We still don't have that money shot of, like, whatever thing is going to be in the middle there, whether it's a ride. I'm leaning it towards being, like, the water park attractions, putting, like, an actual, you know, platform for a bunch of flume rides that come into this, and then cover all that up with mountain. So you have kind of your big mountain volcano thing in the middle. We could, like, put, like, a little castle, like, sticking out of the side of it or whatever. Okay, so we got all that still doing their thing. All right, let's take a quick look at how our rides are doing. We haven't done that in a hot minute. So Cycle of Debt is in bad shape. Let's go to Cycle of Debt. So as far as mechanics going, you need to be dealt with mechanics-wise. You're in just really bad shape. And go here as well. You're getting pretty... The cash burner's getting pretty bad. Let's call a mechanic to pop in there and deal with it. Most of the others are all fine. Pool-wise, our pool is doing just, you know, just excellent. All of our individual booths seem to be doing fine. Our facilities seem to be doing fine. Utilities all seem to be doing okay. So we're good there. The staff are fine. The guests, we do appear to be struggling with thirst, sunscreen, and souvenirs. There are people who need to be using the toilet. The bank breaker is so expensive. I mean, it's maintaining a decent queue length. I have no problem with that. That's just dynamic pricing doing its thing. We can go back to our guests. Yeah, so it's looking like we're hurting on hunger, thirst, and restrooms. Let's take a peek at where in the park we've got problems. So, moods are really bad back here. Like, everything related to this ride, the moods are awful. We got a pocket of really upset... They got a pocket of people buying photos who are really upset. Okay, it sounds like Tomb's home. So bear with me, chat. I'm going to step away for just a minute to welcome my wife home, run down, make some food happen and all that, and I'll be right back in just a couple minutes. This is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes just because I have to do all that stuff. But I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. All right, and I'm back. Sorry about the taking a little bit longer. Okay. Just getting the stuff started was a little bit more complicated than anticipated. All right. So the next thing we need to get going is we have a roller coaster to make. For the roller coaster, actually, right, so we need to research that. I'm still not seeing the research go up, and I'm not really sure what to do about that. Where is our staff member? You know what I can do? I already know how I can fix this. We can fix it this way. We can go to edit the group. It's not working here. We're just going to delete the building entirely, go to facilities, go to employee area, get the mechanics building, and that back on. And that'll automatically hire a person to work it. And give them all the schedule and everything. Okay. Yep, so it's now going up. We have everyone complaining about their salaries. So one of the things I'm going to start doing that's going to be a little tricky is we are going to start fixing our wages. So I'm going to take a handful of our people and start paying them fairly. Mostly because genuinely I'm tired of seeing that prompt. If I'm being honest, that's my primary motivator, is I'm just tired of seeing the prompt pop up every couple of minutes. So we'll start by, we've got 3 of the different disciplines. They're all going to be paid fairly. You can see how that shakes out for a little while. And then if the money is stable, we'll start bringing more people on board. So calling you on it, it works? Yeah, it's just like a real business. If you yell loud enough, sooner or later, your boss will finally listen. But, like, it takes a while. There's a certain deafening cacophony that once you reach it, they'll listen just because they're tired of listening. Like, they're tired of hearing you whine. Okay. And I also didn't realize it, but I'm kind of slowly making this into a boundary here. So one trick that people use in actual theme parks is you'd have an area like this, and then when you go to the other side, you would end up having on this side, you'd have, like, you know, this might be your downtown, this might be future, this might be whatever. Like, it's something that if you ever get the chance to go to Epic Universe with Universal, they do exceedingly well, where they kind of box you in where you can't see the way into land, and you go in there and you suddenly walked into a different world. That they do that extremely well, that entire approach. Just think, in the hole is pretty cheap. We'll make it 6 flat. You are in very poor condition. It's got someone over there to service it. Volatile pricing is cheap. Go ahead and call a mechanic to service that one as well. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, so let's look at the category for guest stuff. Low priority notifications. I'm confused about that. So I would read this as reset all those. Okay, so this is the default. And they're defaulting those to be all turned on. I'm so confused. The notifications, everything is marked off. Ah, so that's... This is not well labeled. Okay. So I want to get rid of the low priority ones. I want this the other way around. Yeah, so filter out the low priority ones where like someone got pickpocketed everyone thing. But all the other ones, get rid of them and see how that goes. Get rid of all those. Let's gamble. Let's just make everyone's pay fair. I'm really concerned that this is not going to be something I can afford to do. This is going to be a major boost in our operating expenses. Because it will increase our total staff expenses by about a third. Let's take a look at the cost breakdown. So staff pay before the bump was around 6,500, give or take. So we're looking at boosting it to almost 10,000. I think we should still be good profitability-wise. And we don't have any loans that are outstanding. So it should be good there. You wanted me to research water coasters too. There's water coasters. And then we can work our way up to... Oh man, water coasters 2 are way down there. That's fine. It'll gradually happen. Let's check our heat maps for any kind of problems. Alright. So guest experience, entertainment is relatively okay. Hunger... I'm not sure if they're getting stuck or what's happening here. You don't seem to actually be doing anything. I also can't move them. Yeah, so they seem to be like trapped or bugged out there. The interesting thing is I do not have the ability to move them. And so they're kind of just stuck in purgatory for the moment. Let's see if I can unstick them by closing it and then reopening it. So that was weird. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. That means I should probably ignore a lot of the complaints happening right there for right now. Okay, so let's go back to our heat maps. So hunger. I got a decent... Well, this is probably the group that just came out of that cave. I got a handful of hungry people down here. I got hungry people standing in line for food, which makes sense. I'm pretty sure, don't I have a second restaurant area over here somewhere? Yeah, over here's another place to get food. So I'll probably need food over here somewhere as well. Because got some hungry people over there. Thirst-wise, we got a lot of thirsty people right in here. Which they can go down here or over there for thirst. Restrooms. They're relatively okay throughout the park. We'll need one over there. Energy is being able to sit. This right here seems to be an issue. Like, what is going on with you? Like, what is the actual issue here? It doesn't seem like you're running. Duh. So I reopened it. Just thinking, because it seems like it might have gotten bugged, because everyone was just kind of stuck. Oh, we've got nausea, no real problems there. Panic, no real problems there. Souvenir, they're just scattered throughout. We have all our souvenirs in that area. I probably need them to be there. Warmth, no one's complaining about being cold. Sun cream, I got a lot of people over here. There they go. Yeah, so I think something happened with those two where they just got people stuck. We've got a couple of things where that kind of stuff happens. That's kind of the only overall still issues. So I got a couple of rides that cause unrelated question, but you just bought Bannerlord 2. I was wondering how long on average someone's early game. The other game when you have about 12 hours and your party's 61, you have no clue what I'm doing right now. It's one of those things that it really depends on how you play. You can have vastly different experiences. I will say even trying to rush mid-game and all that usually is going to take you at least a couple hours even when you know what you're doing. So I wouldn't be too terribly surprised if it takes a while. So we got a couple lines of the long queues. That's fine. Nothing with bad G-forces. Staff morale is all in the yellow. Staff pay is in the yellow now. Staff breaks. It's all fine. Our power coverage is causing the game to crash, apparently. That was the game just dying there. Alright, so that was a new one. Like, literally was like, let me look at the power situation, and immediately crashed the game. Now, one thing I've learned is, with the continue button, it pulls up your last manual save, but you do have autosave, so if it ever seems like you've lost a huge amount of project, check load. That said, there's always been like some minor bugs like that, even in the other one. So my parks, oh, not this one. Grab the autosave. Yeah, 3 minutes ago. And most of the last 3 minutes was just kind of checking our statuses on everything. So we'll see if that group of guests were stuck at the bumper cars and the group of guests. It's also those things that sometimes we have guests stuck, just reloading the game will have the same effect. Yeah, so like this was one of the rides that was stuck. And we don't have the people stuck down there either. You still can't wait to play Euro Roller Coaster 1, 2, 3, fantastic. You still play those? And then Planet Coaster 1? Yeah. We have lifeguards, haven't gotten their spots. That's fine there. That's fine right now. Okay. We could check our research. Yeah, so we got that. So we're still waiting to work our way down to the Water Coasters 2 to unlock that. So let's see if this immediately crashes on checking the power grid again. Okay, so it doesn't. Now we got our water. It only needs to manage that one pool. And that's clean, so we're good there. All of our rides are showing as profitable, which... Oh, wait. Our photo kiosk is not profitable. But everything else is profitable. But it's only burning about 36 bucks, so we'll see how that helps. The scenery score, and this is what I was talking about before, that staff areas have a massive penalty on your aesthetic. So, like, you can see where all our staff stuff. You haven't opened the place so people are stuck? I'll double check that. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, the temperature, everything's in the moderately comfortable to the pool is actually warm. Because we have heaters. This, I feel like the shade one, they need to change it. Because you see, like, the dark spots are supposedly where you've got shade. So you're protected from the sun. They really should change it to, instead of being, like, light and dark blue, to a little bit more contrast. Thunderstorm risk. So we do have, this has a decent lightning strike risk. You know, our tall vehicles. Condition, most of the stuff is fine. Pool safety is fine. Needs cleaning is fine. Security coverage is fine. So pickpocketing, you can see how bad it is. This main corridor here is just pickpocketing central. And then no signs of vandalism. Let's double check. No, it's open. It was worth verifying. And everyone's doing their jobs real fast. It looks like we'll need another ride attendant. So you all need to use the toilet really badly. I can fit a toilet right here. What I can do is go to facilities, create custom toilets, sink that in the wall, go here. We'll want to go scenery, the walls here, brick, not that one. There you are. That's a classic brick wall. We're looking for a different one. That's still different. Alright, somewhere here. There we go. Cool. And now I grab the park bench and shift it on over. So that'll help with the restroom issue over there on that side of the park. And then we're going to need food and restrooms, so that's it. Yeah, check it out sometime, side board YouTube. By the way, if you like Roller Coaster Tycoon, did you ever play that quirky one where it was based on The Sims? You'll probably have to say the name, because I don't know. Because I played like the Roller Coaster Tycoon games back in the day, and I played a couple other theme park games. There was definitely a lot of theme park games that, you know, didn't end up being as good. There was like, a lot of them tried, but you know, they're just kind of a lot of really not amazing ones. Alright, so you have to unlock that to get access to the next tier. That's going to take a hot minute to get through all that. That's fine. So far, it's looking like we're financially stable. We haven't gone through a whole day of our higher wages, but so far it seems to be holding up. So, the things I think we need to work on is, one, probably getting some of our stuff like drinks and all that over here somewhere. I haven't decided where yet. We will want to get flumes going on for this pool at some point, but we need to get another roller coaster built to satisfy the thing we got up here. And you want to have 4 excitement, at least 4 excitement, and at least 4 nausea. You want excitement and nausea. You want me to have the park have a higher value. And the water coasters. Well, you think that ride is cheap. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, because all of them have dynamic pricing. They will increase the cost if the line starts building up. And all of them have queues long enough that they can absolutely think. Right? You think it's called Sim Theme Park? Came out Windows 98. Oh, yeah, no, then that doesn't ring a bell for me. I know there's a lot of like Sims-based games that, you know, some of them were pretty good and there's some of them were pretty cursed. Yeah, power-wise, we got plenty to spare. Yeah, so for the roller coaster, we're going to need a lot of money. That's going to be a major expense for us, unfortunately. And you want it to be a new coaster, 4 nausea, 4 excitement. So if we were to look at our roller coaster options, where do we want to go with that? We probably want something that can invert. I feel like the Ultra Spin Coaster would definitely be one to do those things. That's a very expensive roller coaster for us to build. Okay, I have ideas. So, what's going to end up happening here is I'm going to do a manual save real fast, because this is one of those places you can get yourself in trouble where you start trying to do a major project like that. And then we're going to go to our loans. We're going to add a loan. And we're going to start by jumping it up about 20,000. We're going to get our coaster. And we're going to do the Ultra Spin Roller Coaster. So what I'm contemplating here really fast is the idea that I want to make water slides that go into this area, and I'm going to make like a big mountain for that to all be contained in, and I'm going to have this ride in that mountain as well. And we're going to keep the idea of like separating this out with like the mountainous hilly area to kind of like obscure your vision of the rest of the park. And I'm thinking we put this exiting this way, which is going to be bad for pathing now, but as I expand the park, it'd technically be kind of one of those other zones. Because I think if I turn it this way, that'll interfere when I go to do the water slides. And I think trying to put it in an area like this is going to be a harder sell. I think we're going to plan to put this down here. We're going to raise it up off the ground a good amount. Actually, raise it up probably a lot. Oh, that's so expensive. Alright. So generally speaking, the first thing I do in most of these rides is I will have it have a little dip. And our $20,000 is already almost gone. A magnetic propulsion system used to launch trains along the tracks at speed. Hold up. All right. And then loans, increase loan, max it out. All right, so we'll want to go here. We still got the launch thing going on here. So turn off the launch thing at this point. So you have alternate track 1, 2, and 3. What's the difference here? So this track. Spinning cars could be locked and centered on this track. I have no idea. Weirdly, like, this track costs 600. That track and that track are cheaper. And I don't really know why. Do 2 notches over here. So that way we have a second one going through the loop here. All right. So we've got all the rolls and flips and inversions and all that we can do. Now we're boosting up that at like 60 miles an hour, so we're going to go down there and we're going to have a pretty sizable amount of speed. I do think I'm going to have the inversion there. I have a second one here. I need to watch it because I don't have a lot of money. This will be a roll. Oh, that's actually... That'd actually be a really good roll if we can make that happen. Because I believe this one's on this side of the track and this one's on that side of the track. Yeah, so that should work. That'll go right along each other. Yep. There's a pretty good chance when this whole thing's done. It's not really what I'm looking for. We can do this roll here. Ooh, no, that's way too sharp. Insufficient money. Even with our max loans, I'm ever so slightly shy. Because you need to wait for a trickle of money more to come in. And then we get to start testing this thing. And it'll take us a bit of work to get that all hooked up, get everything sorted out. It should benefit very heavily from our existing theming. All right. Come on. I just need you to get that little bit of extra money in there. So we do have it weaving through a lot of rides. So we should get bonuses from weaving past these 2 rides. We go past those 2 rides. We have extra interactions here. We go through that set of rides down there. We get pretty close to this. The pool we might be too high to matter, and we're nowhere near that stuff, but that's okay. Alright. So I can go here and smooth the selected track. Make that a little less cursed. We can go to your stuff here. Bum. Before we get too much farther, I want to go to you. And I'll get a bunch of separate cars, because that should help them get through there quicker. So start test. And we want to go to excitement. Alright, so the magnets are not strong enough, which messes up the entire beginning of this ride all the way through. Because the whole idea here was that it's magnetic launched here. So let's see now, with it cranked up to its absolute max, if that'll help. Okay. So with this, try editing the coaster around here. Cannot be placed on banked track. Alright, that's tricky. We have any of the spots over here that are not banked. What's looking like you need to do is get the occasional little bump in speed along the way here. We'll try that. So you're gonna go and keep that acceleration going.
Here you go, my friend.
Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy. It looks really nummy.
It does. I love you.
I love you too. Alright, so let's try the test on this now. Yeah, so it's going to be a tricky one to make happen. Oh man, the amount of nausea you'd have doing a roller coaster like this. 10 fear? I have a feeling this is a ride a lot of people are going to be unwilling to ride. Okay, so what's the rating here? Give me the data. Your ride is too scary. Your ride exceeds G-force limit. Nausea of 10. Alright. Maybe we want to go in here and make a couple little tweaks to the whole system because let's see. Lateral G-forces. So the lateral G-forces seem like they will be, I mean, that's pretty bad. It seems like this is the spot where things get messy. This spot right here. So I could probably do here is if I scale that up. It should result in the vehicle slowing down by having more area to maneuver. We'll need to run another test. Isn't the ride more exciting? You get nervous during the first build-up bit. Yep. Reminds you of a ride you made in Roller Coaster 2, which basically was a wooden coaster going up and down through a spiral and corkscrew, and for some reason was the best seller. Yeah, no, you can have intense rides, but it's like, oh, by the way. Alright, so it still gets to minus 3 G's lateral force, which is still not a small amount. Alright, let's wait for the final test data. Ride is too scary, ride exceeds G-forces. That did cut the nausea down by almost 4. So where is the fear spot? The fear spot is right here. I find it interesting it's all the way up to 12. But yeah, so it's still this spot here. I don't think there's another place where I could have like another booster, can I? I can. So you two will be boosters. And go to your boosters over here. They were going into this thing, right? No, over here. So we adjust those boosters down to 80 miles per hour. And we're going to test again. So now we're basically adjusting boosters a little bit to try our best to kind of make things a little bit smoother. so that we keep a nice speed here, but maybe not quite as high going into that, and then give it a little nudge to make sure we get through that spot fine. I mean, this is a launch start, so they're accelerating going up that hill. It's not even like the chains. Okay. That's slightly better here. It's not where it needs to be yet. Ooh, why are you that high? Alright, so we got a really high spot here. Let's see about adding some brakes going into this turn. Use to slightly slow the train mid-run to ensure safe operation. We'll add a set of brakes there. Meanwhile, we could go to this area over here, where it boosts here. Let's cut that down to, say, 60 miles per hour boosting. This is going to be a pretty expensive roller coaster to operate in the long run, unfortunately. Alright, Nightjar, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in, all that good stuff. Well, at least we don't need to worry about not meeting our nausea rating, because I'm supposed to make a roller coaster with at least 4 nausea. And the thing you gotta remind everyone that you're probably not noticing with this is the whole time the seats on that roller coaster are spinning. There we go. We might actually have to boost it a little bit more, but it's dropped from the 10 to getting to just over 5. Okay, so we pulled too much off of the boosters here. So 80 was too much, 70 was, or 60 was too little, so let's drop it right in the split in the middle. Because everyone knows a roller coaster that barely functions, like barely is able to achieve the physics needed, is certainly safe. Yep. And Allison Adventures playing some Bannerlord recently. And again, Allison's absolutely fantastic. I highly recommend checking out Allison Adventures. Plays a lot of things like RimWorld, Project Zomboid, been playing some Bannerlord recently, Vintage Story, all that kind of stuff. So if any of that stuff interests you in any way, that's a good place to go find it. But it's always good to have you, Allison. Alright, so we got around there. We didn't break 10. We're hovering right around that 8 mark. So I need you to get over this. Come on, come on. Alright. And unfortunately, you're banked. Is there anywhere along here that is not banked we could potentially... Let's smooth that out a little bit. Smooth you out a little bit. We can go here and ever so slightly smidge you up like an extra 3 miles per hour. I can take you and maybe scale you up just a bit more. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Scale you up just a bit more to slow it down, just a smidge more. And this is the reason why we saved beforehand, because you can imagine, if I was doing this in, like, you know, I was not really in a good profitable area, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble trying to get your roller coaster the way you want it, that you just run out of money. Because they pretty much exhausted our funds, but the roller coaster is built, and we are still a profitable park. So ultimately what I want to do from here is I'm going to have to get a line to come, or I'm going to have to get pathways to get over to this side, which is going to be adding a lot onto our paths in the park. Come on, don't break 10. You get to about 8.5, but you don't break 10. So the fear has been brought down quite a bit. And you're just barely not able to make it through this. So what we might be able to do is, instead of approaching it the way it happened, go to this spot and scale you down a little bit. So then I got a little teeny tiny booster here to help get it right over that last little one. I got some brakes down here to slow it down to hopefully reduce the fear on that spot. I'm not showing live data. Well, yeah, because some of these changes I'm doing are changing like the speed the roller coaster is going, which makes the intensity for everything after that a lot higher or a lot lower. Come on, come on, come on. And we barely get through it. Now we hit the boosters. Alright, so we need more brakes. So, have the target speed 20. Okay, so we got one spot of brakes there. I do think it's going to need to be like 2 spots. There we go, so we got 2 spots. And again, we're only going to cut it down to like 20. Let's test it one more time. We're getting to the point where we should be just about good. It's this last turn here, because they're coming in at it like 60, 70 miles an hour, that it gives them a ridiculously high fear factor, because you know they're going to slam the brakes on right at the end. So we're going to put a little brake spot here to try and decelerate the roller coaster as it's coming into this last bank. Because I need to get this thing open soon. And so where all our other roller coasters are relatively tame, this is our you best be ready kind of roller coaster. And as I mentioned, this is unfortunately going to be a very costly to maintain roller coaster. Okay, it creeps up to 6. I'm okay with that. What's our final verdict? Ride exceeds G-force limits and the nausea is below what I'm required. So vertical G-forces look fine. Or lateral. Vertical G-forces. Oh yeah, you get real bad over here. 5 is pretty substantial. Forward G-forces. Yeah, so it's going to be our vertical G-forces. That's what's getting people. So we can go over here to edit. So we scale you up. And then decurse this area. That should be potentially okay. Yeah, because that was the spot where we got the highest. It was like 5, 6 going into here. So we should be able to get that to not be as bad. And then we might end up having a situation where we have to backtrack out of it and like kind of rethink the whole thing. Because the key is I'm trying to do this challenge here. It's got to have at least 4 nausea and at least 4 excitement. Alright, so we're still getting up to 3. Or sorry, we're still getting up to 5 here. It's going into that that's the problem. It's also not having enough speed now to get through that. Alright. Yeah, so it's right here going into this bend. So sometimes with these... Okay, so cannot smooth the selected. Alright, so I have all that. And that's the next spot you're struggling with. So I'll shrink that. Not convinced this is going to make a meaningful difference. Yeah, so the problem is I have these boosters that's going into this vertical here, and that's causing us problems. It's just too much G-forces here. But I need that boost to get us through this spot. And then we have a little boost to get us around there. We could probably put in there to even that a little bit more. So it did drop it from 5.2 to 4.7. That's still pretty high. Oh, it did drop at about half a vertical G. You don't really know what's an okay amount of vertical Gs. I know vertical Gs are the ones you usually worry about the most, that the human body does not handle vertical Gs very well. Well, so the problem is, that's a reasonably functional roller coaster, but I actually needed them to get nausea, which is a weird thing to say. Let's see if we edit the coaster. Were there any special stuff? I didn't even check. Yeah, so no, like, special thing. An electromagnetic current, to change the spinning speed of the cars. Oh, okay. Alright, that sounds terrible. Okay, so let's see what that does. I imagine nausea is going to be settled. So apparently I'm going to forcefully spin the car as hard as I can right along this path. So if we're watching these cars right now, everything's fine. Everything's fine. You know, we get a little bit of a spin here. And then we get a good proper spin there going. So, fear. Let's see, lateral G's. A pretty decent amount there. Vertical G's. Doesn't seem to make an impact. Forward G's. Nausea. We get that nausea up to around 6 over here. We get some pretty solid nausea going into that area. Because you can see once they start that spin, the nausea jumped from 1.7 to 3. So that might be how we achieve the nausea we're aiming for. Is you just go for a couple places. Come on, 4. It's got to be 4 or higher. 2.7. Okay, we can make this worse. Don't worry. So that's the ramp there. Okay. We'll switch it to anti-clockwise. 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 I want to really get it going. So basically the plan there is it's spinning one way this way, we hit that place, and it just starts to reverse it, and we're going to have a bunch of track reversing it to try and really send it spinning the other way around. That's not the button I wanted. Because I want to get that nausea quite a bit higher. Which, again, is a really weird thing to say. I could also start it spinning down here as well. Like that little dip right there. Put some spinning stuff here. Yeah, because once I get up here, it's going pretty good. All of this is mostly where I want it to be nausea-wise. Maybe you could use a little bit more. That's a little on the high side, but that's okay. We need to keep that up. Alright, so we need to go around here and get it spinning again. No, go down here and get it spinning again. So does that make it quite a bit harder? Because we were at like 2.72 or something like that before I messed with that over there. It's still 2.72. Alright. Because my expectation is making this thing spin would be a very significant impact on the nausea. So I go here. We will have you clockwise here. So you got that going. Do we apply max force over here? Okay. So the question is, does that meaningfully impact the nausea at this stage? Because this is basically at no nausea, but we're going to go ahead and start it spinning, getting up there. It doesn't seem like the spin really does anything for the nausea that I'm seeing, not meaningfully. Alright, that might mean I need to have one last thing down here. So instead of where we're just having this, like, bank to get home, I might just have to go in here. And come up with some other way of turning around to hopefully make that all work, which means probably getting rid of the brakes down here. Yeah, so you do one of these. Level out and bank the track slightly. And one of these. And then when we have the money, connect it back up. Testing off. Alright, so get a little more boost into the nausea and all that. I unfortunately have to wait for money. In the meanwhile, we will dismiss this. Dismiss the pickpockets. I'll leave those ones there. Dismiss you. Yeah, so I do have one bathroom that needs to be cleaned. The staff should get to it eventually. And my hope is that last stretch there will give me what I need for all this. There's a brake system up here somewhere, right? Your normal track. Your normal track. Then this will help rob it of some speed on its own right. I wasn't expecting the nausea be a hard mark to hit. I do think with the way, like, the style of roller coaster this is, and not having, like, some huge, like, nausea penalty, I don't agree with. I'm not someone who gets motion sickness very easily, but, like, the roller coaster doing this the entire time you're riding on it does not seem like it wouldn't be awful from a nausea perspective. Alright, while I wait for that money, and get that out of here for a minute, I'm gonna grab our Paz. Grab your information there. So starting to get the paths all locked together. And go to you, edit the coaster. We want you to connect that, confirm, smooth, and then we will start the test. Let's go check our live data. Not to worry about the vertical G's down here. boost it forward again. Okay, those get pretty high. That's 4.8. But let's see. What do you have to tell me now? So still only 2.8 on the nausea. Because we get much higher over here. There's just too much downtime in there. And even when they do cross, it only gets into like the mid-5s. And you get up to just about 7. You slow down a lot getting into here. Alright, so something that might help here is if we grab you. And really lower you. So you get more speed out of it. I'm going to deliberately raise this spot. I don't have the money for it. Basically add some, like, not smoothness to the track. To try and, make it more nauseating. Which, again, feels very weird. Because the average that's getting me. Because this part I really can't avoid not having much nausea. It's when we're picking up speed. This is all good back here. Like, it has like little dips where it doesn't quite have enough, but that's okay. Then we get into all this and it's nice and high the entire time. Which again, that probably makes up for all this area here. Okay, so it's not getting quite as low there. We got a ton of nausea down there. That's all of that is solid nausea down there. So how's that put us? Do we get at least a 3? 2.84. So let's try messing with this over here. So let me grab some of the track that's way over here. That's gonna be rough. Put a bump over there, that's going to be awful. And a bump over there, that's going to be awful. Because I can actually deliberately sabotage it to be higher than it needs to be, then open it, and then fix it. Alright. It's so weird trying to go out of my way to make a nauseous-inducing roller coaster. Usually nausea is one of those things that you're trying to avoid, but it's just kind of the consequence of sometimes of the intensity of the ride. Oh yeah, we got almost up to 8 on the nausea in that corner now. We got the bump here, which would be rough. Yeah, that bumped it back up to almost 8. Alright. That's a considerable boost in the nausea. We're at 3.64. Otherwise, everything's content. Let's grab you and shift you to be way sharper. You're going to be a weird downward spiral. I'm going to grab you and shift you a bit farther to the left. And you're going to be an up bump. You'll be another up bump. That's to the left. Alright, that's gonna be atrocious. That's... Honestly, we might actually have a problem with too many lateral Gs here. Because just slamming that roller coaster back and forth, just trying to get people nauseous. That said, it doesn't have to be a roller... Oh. I may have flown too close to the sun on that one. Considering the nausea of 13, 14. What are the G's on you? Lateral G's? I mean, that's actually not as bad. Vertical G's? It's pretty bad. Forward G's. Fear. Okay. So we'll definitely have the nausea on this one. Very little question about that. But it's definitely going to be a ride that no one would ride. For very good reason. You know what? That's actually not terrible. All things considered. So let's just let that one work as it does. And then we can clean up to not be this garbage. So we'll have, this will be your normal entrance. The exit will be back here. And we are going to enable the priority pass. You can put that right there. Highest priority, dynamic pricing. We'll let the price go all the way up to $36. If it gets to the queue being too much. Alright, so we got some stuff to figure out here. So first, let's get our exit sorted. Exit's pretty straightforward. We're just going to go right on down to it. Stairwell the whole way down. That might have to change eventually, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Now we need their stuff, and we'll need to make the asphalt path. And so yours, same deal. Straight on down. Grab your queue. Not liking this path at all. Okay. I am making it a very unreasonably long queue. I'm hoping, when this is all said and done, Okay, so we got that monstrosity of a thing there. Okay, so technically we're open. We have achieved the goal here. Let's get our cash. And before we actually do anything on this ride, we're going to unopen it. And I'm going to fix the most egregious areas here. So smooth that out. Smooth that out. Smooth that out. Alright, so we're going to leave some of the roughness in there, but you get the idea. I wanted to take that particularly awful area there and clean it up. Meanwhile, while that's running, you get repaired. We don't care about the pickpocketing things. We need to go to you, call the janitor, get that out of here. You're still actively being worked on. Alright. So needless to say, this ride is all off by itself right now, which is certainly something we don't want, but that's the direction we're going to be expanding the park in. And I do intend on, like, framing this pathway out with a bunch of, like, the rocky like, the mountainous kind of area to enclose all this area. And this will be physically in the mountain. That's part of the reason I elevated it so high, is so we can have this all go up into the area. This whole path, I think, will be inside the mountain. And it's already got an 86% scenery bonus because it is crossing through all the areas I've already decorated. It's not the button I wanted. And unfortunately, I cannot open it until it completes a test. Maybe I have a problem, then I'd be cleaning up that spot. Now it's going to have to be a high dollar ride just by the fact that there's not that many people able to ride it. I would like to give it a lot more cars, have a much higher throughput, but, you know, dealing with what we can. All right. Cool. So that's a bit better. Let's open this thing and see if we can get it all working. All right. We're definitely going to need a bunch of stuff back here, food, all of that. Start getting all this stuff sorted. Get lights along the paths. I need it at the beginning, and so I got it above there to get credit, and then I knocked it back down. Because having a high nausea rating doesn't benefit you in any way. It was just that particular thing. It was like, hey, we want you to have a high nausea rating on this. It's just what the weird challenge wanted. Let's work on starting to get these lights over here. Alright. Just going along here real quick. We're going to add a bunch of stuff here. And pretty much what we're going to want to do from here is just slowly fill in all this kind of dead space between that and the ride. With, you know, the various infrastructure needs, bathrooms, food, smaller attractions. We're going to want to make a photo op in there because it's a high-intensity ride. There's plenty of opportunity for photos. I see. So get that started real fast. Yeah, so got people making their way back here. Like I said, we're going to want to have some place for people to eat back here. We're going to end up wanting a new staff zone. So for right now, I'm just going to go ahead and create a new staff zone. It's just going to be this back area. And we're not assigning anyone specifically to it yet. Take this zone. I won't take that zone, chain it. We'll take this zone down here, zone 4. And I'll have it expand up this way, because the zone up there is going to get all of our solar power and everything, so I actually want it to be not as big. Okay, we can assign people to that later. Top thoughts. The Ultra Spin Coaster 2 looks too scary to me. But people are getting on it. Little by little. Okay, so let's continue working on this. So we'll need scenery, benches, grab our benches, all of you. Add benches the whole way along here. So that way people, as they get tired, have a place to sit. I'm also going to add a photo kiosk near the exit someplace. Need trash cans. I also want to take the time to start working on the mountain, as it were. All right. Cool, so I've got all those stuff set up. And go over here for right now and loans. And pay off what we can there. We got our new challenge showed up, which is to build 4 new flat rides. We still need to research the water coaster. So let's work our way through that. Cool, so that's the water coaster, so that's another one of the challenges done. Alright, so just gotta wait for our park value to go up. Then next they want me to make more flat rides. I'll worry about the flat rides when we get there. In the meantime, I got a mountain to build. It's gonna take me a minute. Because the plan here is I'm going to have a mountain over on this side that will ultimately have the flumes that are going to go into that pool. Now, this roller coaster is also going to be inside that mountain. Okay. And this will also protect this area from sunlight so that people don't need the sunscreen and all that as much. Okay. And ultimately we'll want to connect those areas over as well. So go ahead and keep getting this all sorted. I'll end up needing to do with a lot of lights down here. And for right now, I'll probably just have it go over here. Figure out what we're doing with that end eventually. And we'll swallow up all these paths. And so I'm going to have to like work my way through and put all the lights along the edges, which is fine. Because I'm going to need to wait to pay off that debt anyways, and that gives me something to work on while that's going on. Intense, let's increase that. So I don't need to spend my whole life trying to make this mountain. Because then what we're going to do, in addition to that, is I'll probably go and like make like a little castle off a part of it that could be a ride later, that kind of thing. My intent is to also put stuff on top of the mountain in the long run as well. So that effectively would have multiple elevations going on here. You can also dig down a whole bunch. The game gets way trickier to navigate though once you start getting a lot of different elevations in the same thing, because your heat map is a little bit harder to parse, like where the actual problem is. You know, you have like the X and the Y as to where it is, but how deep is the problem underground? Okay. And at some point what we should do is actually have an area go down so it's still underground, but like where it actually leaves the base elevation and goes down. Because that's another part of the thing, is adding verticality to the place. Again, to make it a little bit more authentic where everything isn't just all perfectly level all the time. Alright, so this is going to cover the track. That is fine for right now. We are going to clean this up here in a minute. But the vehicles will not become physics enabled unless they detach from the track, which requires certain particularly bad things to happen. Okay. As I mentioned, I want to connect it up to this mountain range a little bit. Because we're going to use that to separate out parts of the park. Okay, so let's build this up way higher. I want to lean a little bit forward, because this is going to be kind of the you walk in, you see the centerpiece kind of thing. Alright. Actually make it skip the path there as well. A little pocket in here. Okay, well now let's make it really small, and I got a reason for this. Be a little tricky to do. But people figure out what I'm doing here in a minute. Let's see. Brush hardness. All right. He was doing some decorations while we're paying off our debts. Okay, so now I just need to connect these together to give me a working base point. Cool. There's that one. I've not done this kind of thing before, what I'm doing right now, so we'll see how it turns out. Same deal, I gotta connect them this way as well. Okay, fill this in to be a bit more solid. Alright, so take the hardness back down. Just generally fill this out a little bit more. It's not really the body shape I'm going for, but it's okay. It's a cursed mound thing. Get a little bit more of a battle axe shape. Because then what we could do is maybe later on when we go to do the water slides, we can put the platform directly beneath this. Okay. We're getting there. We go down here and pay down the loan again. There, 10K paid off. Need you to be less flat in the middle here. People definitely figure out what this is pretty soon. Even if it's not super well done. Okay, we'll turn the hardness back up to the max. That'll work. It's pretty cursed, but that'll work. You think you got it? Amazing. Yep. It's a little tricky. The tools I have available aren't exactly the greatest for doing what I'm doing. But, you know. You didn't have a clue? You'll get it, don't worry. Too much. Does that angle help right there? Looks like a crab. That it is. It was a little too high. The body's pretty cursed, but you know. So now let's see what we can do, because I was going to try and put eyes on there, but the moment I started doing it, started tearing it down because it's just not enough. And thank you, Oxygen, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot. So, thanks for the sub for Crab. Yep. We'll go with the googly eyes. Been a lurker for too long? Well, I appreciate the support. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Grab tools again. There we go. So I've got that hats. Got a little hat there going. And now I need some lights. We will have the spotlights. Let's change you to red. Oh, that's the color of the spotlight of salt. That's fine. Yes, and you're too far away, it won't render it in correctly. But, you know. We now have Crabe. So that's supposed to be your money shot going in here. So you walk into the park, cut through the tunnel, and the light just builds up. And there's a big roller coaster directly in the way, kind of ruining the money shot, but big mountain with Crabe. And most likely what I'll do is, like, later on I'll have this expand out a little bit farther. We'll put, like, some type of castle or whatever up here. We'll have the flume rides coming off of it, all that nonsense. But, you know, now I got that. So now the next thing I need to deal with, which is I buried the roller coaster. We're going to go and jump you back up to 30. And lower the intensity a little bit. Give it a more reasonable hardness. Okay. So just going in here and carving a nice little tunnel in the mountain for our roller coaster. Yeah, I've got a lot of lights to install in this whole area. Alright, so let's start by trying to fix this lighting situation, because I can't see crap in here. So we're going to grab you. Okay, looks pretty good. But it's still wrong. It's fine. We're just adding lights to our whole tunnel system down here. Okay. As we get this all sorted, it'll make that tunnel much nicer to look through. And then plus, as I'm going to try and fix things, I'll actually be able to see what the heck I'm doing. Now, I don't believe the guests have a concept of, like, lighting or anything as a need or whatever, so if I made the entire park, like, pitch black, they would genuinely just not care. Yep, so that's one side of the tunnel, all lit up. Now, before we worry about that, pop in here to our scenery, lighting, wall lights. What do I want for this ridiculous roller coaster? Thing's a little too big. We've used the torch sconces a bunch. It's a little bit too big. Sometimes the camera is pretty difficult to make cooperate underground. Okay. Just trying to get all this lighting figured out. Okay. Alright, so we got all that figured out. Now it's just the exit line. Okay, so we've got all that sorted. And that's all fine there. We'll still need to get the other ones on the other side. What we're going to need to do is switch back and forth between these. Give myself stuff to work with. I also noticed you're set to... Yeah, you do not light very far, do you? Okay. I'm just trying to get this to work really fast. It just goes to the station up ahead. Once I get to the station up ahead, it should be no problem. Because we'll just be able to see what's going on there. There we go. Yes, unfortunately, those lights here, they are not bright. I was really hoping they would, I'm not seeing a thing to, like, adjust them to be brighter either. It's fine. I need more light to be able to see than I've got here. Okay, so what I'll need to do here is grab the train tool here. Just keep on going. I might just shift the lighting over so at least workable. Yes, cleaning up so it doesn't look like there's rock in the track. Yeah, so those at least you can see. So it should dip down just a little bit. And it should start blasting vertically as fast as possible. Okay. Now once it goes vertical, it'll just pop right out. Alright. And then the whole time our loan's getting paid off, which is good. Yes, there's the boosting track. So what I might do here... Oh, never mind. There you go. I was gonna say, what I might do here is try and go from the other side so you can actually see what I'm doing. Alright, and with that, we shouldn't have any place else where it intersects with the track. Cool. We got ourselves a pretty fun little roller coaster. So now here's a question real fast. I want to go here, attach scenery, special effects. Where is my lasers? That's a waterfall, there's that, splash ring. Sorcery? What's sorcery look like? Alright. I can get behind that. There should be 4 sets of cars, and I want to add a bunch of sparks emitting from the cars. I just need more light in here. Okay, so scenery, we have the fire, we have that. Oh, here's the lasers. Alright, so give me 2 seconds. It looks like all the vehicles here. And then we also need to go through here and adjust this nonsense. Because no one's riding it. So I gotta make it slightly less cursed. So then we can go here and have all of these blasting laser light show everywhere to everyone inside. Blinding random people throughout the park. It'll be great. Okay, so it should be 8. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they're all here. All right. So what's going on, and why are you not having anyone on here? Fun is so expensive. That's not too bad. Scenery bonus is extremely high. It's a pretty intense ride. It might just be it's so far out of the way compared to everything else. We're just not getting enough guests coming back here. So let's see what we got. People caught on camera doing criminal things. We got that. Alright, so we only need to get about 7 more thousand value in the park. You want 4 flat rides, and you want me to have 23 rides. Okay, so you want 4 flat rides that have less than 3 fear and at least 4 excitement. Okay. That'll be a little tricky to set up, but we can make that happen. Alright. So with that, we can pop in here again to our loans. Pay off more of our loan. Yes, we're about 8,000 left. Oh, you know what we should do for scenery? Fire. Okay. Got sparks. Confetti. There we go. Makes the crab's mouth stand out more, and now it's more horrifying. I want to see one of these. Just the laser light show just zipping around on the tracks. I never set music for you, did I? Alright, so change your music. Sure. Alright. And this will be financial anxiety. Excellent. I am expecting this ride to be horrific for my finances. Did I say you'd have a song as well? Yeah, you have one. Alright, so we need to go and get ourselves some more flat rides. Because like I said, once we have 4 flat rides that are 3 fear, less than 3 fear, but over 4 excitement. So we're going to have to just deal with whichever rides that's available. So we can go here to flat rides, create custom. So it was fear of less than 3. But excitement, a 3.5. It's not going great. And you can customize the ride sometimes. So excitement... This is a very limited number of options. Less than 3 fear. But 3.5 excitement. I mean, honestly, there's not that many flat rides with a good excitement rating to begin with. Yeah, so we're definitely gonna have to customize the rides here a little bit. Because you can impact them by changing the sequencers on them. I might get rid of that one. Because that's a lot of flat rides that are like in a very specific narrow range. That very genuine, it's going to be more of a hassle to try and build that. So you just want me to have 23 rides in general. So that's fine. I want to get those flume rides going at some point. Which is part of the plan here with this giant mountain thing. It's part of why I did it. Let's also check on our research. And go ahead and keep these researches going. And I've already researched all the flat rides. Okay. So what we're going to want to do is make ourselves some flume rides that go into this pool. And the plan is to put the area for the flume rides nearby the crab up there. So I can create a custom flume ride. And we don't really care which style this is yet, because it's going to make us build a platform first. Put a couple over here. But then I need to put the entrance and exit here. The entrance, rather. Start with the drop right over there. So I need to figure out... Why am I not seeing where I add the entrance to this thing? The first thing I'm going to need to do is get off of building the flume platform. You're going to need to go down here. We're going to need that platform to be down here so people in the pool can climb directly into the queue. We made that mistake the last time where they had to ride a vehicle up just to reach where it goes. Alright. And then we'll fix like the mountain to actually cover that up to look better. So what I'm missing is where I add move entrance. I don't have an entrance. Place entrance. Gotcha, here we go. So then with this, I can go in here. One second, I need to adjust that mic. I can't see past it. So I want to scooch right on over here. Okay, we've got the ride entrance for this. I'll fix all that in a minute. Okay, so we got our first of our flumes. So this one's not going to be a particularly, like, fancy flume. It's going to be your straightforward, like, just drop. So you have the high speed fully enclosed. You got all sorts of fancy nonsense here that we're not worried about. Yeah, so high speed fully enclosed. I always like the transparent one more, though. Yeah, high speed open. Let's see if we can't change the aesthetic of this. It's fine. So, basically dropping as aggressively as possible. So you can only see a single tag after multiple refreshes. Oh, weird. Let me check to see if our tags have got dropped at some point. Well, that's annoying. Yeah, no, all the tags are gone. So closed captions. There you go. Wholesome. Neurodivergent. I don't remember what it had for that. Oh, anti-min-max. Anti-realism. And we'll leave it at that. Chat system had outage or something along those lines? Yeah. You notice that happens sometimes? They're just gone and need to be replaced? It's weird. Yeah, it's the first time I particularly noticed it. But I definitely believe... I believe that being a thing. I'll have to back that off a little sooner. There we go. So, not a whole lot of complexity. It is just a straight-up drop slide. And I have to move stuff off the slide and all that in a minute here. The ride is too scary and exceeds G-force. I didn't mean to delete the entire ride, but there we are. Build a new ride, I guess. So let's see. So you have the body flume, body slide, double inner tube. So put you here. Yep, same plan. All right. I'll have to move some lights and all that, that's fine. Yeah, so we're just waiting on water, or waiting on that, and we're just gonna have it slope right here at the end and dump out there. Staff just got paid, so we gotta wait for that to recover for a minute. And then having the flume attached to the pool and everything will also boost the pool and everything. So that'll be good for boosting the attendance in our pool and all that. It's also complaining about no filtration system on this. I'm just going to have to build a filtration system up here and tuck it in the wall or whatever. It's also fun that you can tell when one of the major attractions is loading up people, where it has like, you know, 20, 30 people get on all at once at like $30. And so I just jump like $1,000 something. Alright, come on. Just need to make sure it turns in time to drop them in the water. And I do plan on putting a lot of separate slides in here. Just need a little bit more money. One second, so we're going to adjust this a little bit. Okay, so that should be enough. And like I said, we'll just move whatever stuff it conflicts with. Alright. So start that testing. In the meantime, let's scooch you over there. And scooch you here. Real high nausea rating, but it'll work. Dynamic pricing. Gonna charge how much for this ride? Sudden loss, that implies something else. Immediate bankruptcy. There we go. Switch you to be on being open for people to work it, for people to get on the ride. And what's it say for you? You're already maxed out so far as all that. I'd like to get more rides, but that's going to take a hot minute. Meanwhile, we can check on you, so that's all sorted there. You need to be repaired. You need to be serviced. You need to be repaired. You need to be repaired. You need to be repaired. Dismiss all that. Dismiss all stuff related to that. Cool. Are you considered having a water filter on you? Let's go to facilities. We'll need to check to make sure we have a water filtration system available for this. It does not. So we're just going to go and take the water filtration system. And just tuck it right over there. Okay, and today we made a profit of 110,000. Nearly maxed out our experience and our park reputation, and doing pretty good on our overall park rating. We're at 3.3. We're slowly climbing up to almost having 4 average rides per person. Now, with this, we are going to slowly want to make this part of the mountain as well, because the idea is I want to have the stairwells come up here. Now, the curiosity was, this one assigned the entrance over there to that ride. I am curious if over time we can get that to pick up more. So one thing I could do is grab some of these billboards, advertise some of the what, the smaller ones. Okay, so change image, rides. Oh, that's only going to show the things from the rides. What I actually want to do is I was hoping to market the ride on it. Because I know there's a thing where you can do that, where you can put up a billboard or a sign or whatever that advertises the ride, and it will kind of boost more guests to going to that ride. So I can get them to go on the flumes and all that. Meanwhile, I just remembered that the ride Financial Anxiety doesn't have a camera spot. There's a good camera spot right there. Oh, and it's facing right where we want it. Alright, so with that, let's go ahead and get you a place for people to spend too much money on photos. I also need to get the other lights sorted out, so let's get that fixed here too. Yep, that looks good to me. So this we start duplicating. Okay. We'll do just like we did with the other one. Make a photo booth area. All right. And honestly, it might not be a terrible place to not only add the photo booth area, but add another set of restrooms and food and all that. Okay. Yeah, so I've got all this down in here. So maybe what we'll do is, so that's the entrance. Here's the exit. So let's try going in here. Flatten the terrain. And kind of like what I was doing with the employee areas, where it's tucking them in like a little cave or whatever. Let's do that with this. So go here. We will change your path type. Be sandy. And I'm just going to go in here real fast and try and get some lights in there. I have to do some work to light the bulk of the area. So let's go and get some different lights here that we can just kind of plunk down right in the middle. What did we do earlier? I feel like the typical Planet Coaster lights there. You're too small. Okay, so with that, we want to go in here for facilities and get the stuff we need for the area. So we're going to go over here. We're going to get a bathroom. We haven't got many information service places. Let's put an information service place there. I'll add a second changing room in this area. We'll add a heater for when people get rained on, all that. So we're gonna need drinks. So what we'll do is we'll put a slush hour here. So it's got sweets and artificials as like the different tags on it. Yeah, so we want something that does something that is not sweet and artificial. Looks like we're doing Love Latte again. We also need food. We've already got the Chief Burger. And I believe we have the Gelato Bros. We could add the sushi on here. And let's see how that goes. And then we want the photo kiosk. Alright, really quick. Okay, so facilities. I will need to... I'm really hoping this all got put on the same grid and this isn't going to be a huge hassle, but that's okay. There we go, that was the problem. So we put the photo kiosk right here. Yeah, it's really not wanting to go back there. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's see if we'll cooperate now. There we go. So we got a bunch of businesses all buried down in here. So let's grab the scenery. We got to get that all sorted. And for down here... Assuming that's another window, I don't remember what you are. Okay, it's turned the right way. For some reason I thought it wasn't. Okay, so we got all that opened up. We are going to need power down here. And the good news is, as I mentioned a couple times before, the distributor I don't believe has any negative appearances. So I can kind of tuck it in wherever. We can actually tuck it right there. So let's get you connected because we don't have power where I need it down here. Cool. Then you got the cave down here with all the different stuff for this area. I need to go to scenery again because people need places to eat. Not a whole lot of space to work with. We are going to grab you, connect to a ride. There we go. Confirm. All right. So we've got that. So let's pop back down in here. Oh, that's over this way. So I can go back over to our kiosks down here. Was it just a trip up alone? I would only even consider if there was an elevator for that thing. Oh, the water slides? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a whole thing with those water slides. They get pretty wild. So we're going to add a billboard. It's 16 meters. I want you to align with the surface. Oh, I see what you're trying to do. 16, 32, 4... change image, ride, financial anxiety, confirm. Alright, so open. Bargain prices are fine. So you're good to go here. Meanwhile for you, Can open you. I'm gonna add wasabi and pickled ginger onto that one. Let's actually take the one down here. That'll be the only one that doesn't get the pickled ginger. That way there's at least one food that doesn't have sweets on it. Because otherwise a bunch of people whine that they can't eat there. Oh, good. I don't have to customize it. It's the same as everywhere else. We got you opened. Okay, and there's nothing special to add to our slushes. Changing room is fine. Guest services. Yes, our pool pass is up to about $17, and our fast pass is getting up to about $4, which I'm still chuckling at the idea of, because very genuinely, like, fast passes in most theme parks, you know, you're not finding it under 20 bucks, and more likely you're talking like $80. So the idea of like a $4 fast pass, just tickles me so much. Let's also go ahead and see if I can't throw a, some type of... Yeah, it's fine. Alright, so we got ourselves a nice little area tucked back there. We're also going to end up needing an employee area back there as well eventually, so that the employees don't have to walk as far for their break. Okay, and is our loan paid off yet? And loan paid off in full. We're no longer in any kind of debt. Okay, so let's check in everything. Get our generator serviced. That's kind of my only complaint right now I have. Is just the fact that to manually do that. I kind of wish you could have like the option of just saying, hey, just do it. Like, don't tell me, just do it. Yep, that's fine, that's fine. Dismiss all those. Alright, so all that's running fine. We got a new opportunity here. So you just want more rides. You want me to build a transportation ride that goes at least 2,300 feet. Okay. We're definitely going to need that eventually, but I wasn't really prepared for it yet, because we're still kind of in one land, or whatever you want to call it, like we're in one designated area within the park. And usually those transportation rides end up being like an important thing for, you know, taking your people from like this area to the area back there. So like right now we're in a fairly compact area that there's not a whole lot of room. Like there's not much need for a transportation ride. Are you getting anyone on you at all? Lifetime guests 0. I'm having the feeling that the problem is being attached to the pool. They're not getting in line for it because of that. Let's try changing this path here. Connecting way over there. And see if it makes any kind of difference to you. Meanwhile, because you do have a little bit of nausea, but the fear rating isn't that high. And the G's aren't that high. Bank Breaker is too expensive, some are claiming. Oh, the reason it's getting so expensive is the dynamic pricing. It's getting up to the high end on the dynamic pricing. The not so cheap thrills, it's hitting high dynamic pricing, and you're just not getting any attendance. What is your prestige? Aging. So now we get to see, does this become a high prestige ride or not? Okay, so now we got people getting in line for it. So I think the next thing is we're going to go ahead and make ourselves another flume ride. So let's do a double inner tube ride. Okay. So I have conveyor belts and all that. We're not going to have much speed to do anything too exciting. So I'll put a little couple bumps in there. Of a proper drop. You ride on the top of that, don't you? You ride on the top, so it can't go that way. Don't think it'd be going fast enough to do the switchback, but we'll see about that. I have another drop. And I'll do another switchback. Then after that one, we're just going to get into the water. Alright. As they slowly meander. Honestly, this is the way it feels like going to a lot of the older water parks. Before they would, like, conveyor belt the things up. There were so many of those water parks where you just try and go up the stairs. Just like, oh my god, this line goes on forever. And it was this kind of thing where it's just like, you know, climbing an 8-9 story building worth of stairs. But I have the money. There you go. Well, that's more of a water park problem, not a theme park problem. It's water parks are notorious for a bajillion stairs. Because water parks, they always have to usually, like, end the ride on the bottom and start you at the top. And later on, a bunch of them start doing stuff like making it so they can conveyor belt stuff back up and, you know, would offer other ways to get around and that to make it, like, not quite so bad. But, the older ones, it was just a thing of you are going up a hell of a lot of stairs before that day is over. I meant the line spending between 30 and 90 minutes in queue for ride for maybe 5-6 minutes, not a good time. No, I agree. I've, like, I'll wait in a little bit of a line, but once you're creeping into that area of, like, an hour or more, that's... I'd rather do something else. I have better things to do with my day than just stand in a line for hours. to make sure you're enough out of the way that it doesn't slap into that, because this is one of the things you can actually injure your guests on. Alright. Final results are pretty good. Open it up. Oh, wait. Dynamic pricing. The prices that they charge for some of this stuff is really wild. The idea you're going to go on that water slide and you're going to spend between $27 and $34. This person right here, these two, that boat right there, minimum 50 bucks. That's $50 just gone between the two of them. Not to get in the park, this one water slide. Nah. And there's no, like, music for these rides or anything like that. Alright. Money that's just... And... it's gone. Alright, so before we get caught up on our stuff, let's go and do the loop around of dealing with our different notifications. I'm just disabling this category at this point. It letting me know that there's shoplifters or whatever. Or you know what, don't disable that category entirely. Let's go in here to the guest thing. I don't know which ones... So we will allow the important alerts and none of the others. Yes, there's people missing. There's people missing, and that's because people are having to walk too far. Alright. So with that, we got 2 water slides going. And that'll also give a bonus to our area down here. So the capacity of this place is just shy of 200. It has a pool prestige of 1,000. It is a really hecking fancy pool. I'm trying to think. You're my first ride, right? Yeah, so it's aging, which hurts its appeal. And then at the end, you can either potentially... I can't remember, like... It can become a classic where people love it. Otherwise, I think I can't remember what the other one is if it doesn't become prestige. Or classic or whatever. Alright, so we're going to have ourselves another water slide. Because we got this platform and our people are just circling up here all day. Let's get them loaded up here. We can also do some more research. Because then after the research, we'll shut down the mechanics place. I kind of wish the game had, like, extended research. So a lot of games, what'll happen is when you finish the research, you'll be able to redo some research to get benefits. I could see something like having some redoable, like, marketing research. So maybe you do the research, you get some bonus, but it expires after a while. So you can use that to boost a bunch of stuff. Okay, so we got a couple $1,000. We can go to building another ride. So we've got a double inner tube. We got this one. We got the mats. We have the raft ride. Let's go single inner tube. At least for the start, it's going to start off exactly the same as the other. And then this is where they deviate. Because you're going to immediately drop again. And this side's going to be a steep drop. And for this... And if you pop like this, and immediately drop again, and we'll do that another time. All right. Just slowly getting that all sorted. And I'm just gonna have it spiral and dump them down the water. That'll be another water slide sorted. And all these will help draw in more and more customers, which in turn gives me the option of getting more stuff there. Cool. So that one should be set up. Then go to you. Switch you over to testing. Change you to dynamic pricing. I'll need you on bargain to start with, then we'll turn on dynamic pricing. Are you hitting the edge? Ride exceeds G forces. Alright, so those aren't gonna work. I have to have them go into those more gently. Okay, so let's get here. Stop at testing. Edit the ride. Alright, so all those require me to do other stuff. Okay, so then we can take you. Have more of those things. Yeah, so this one's going to be a lot less intensive as planning, because that's what I get done. Oh, you got paused. We don't want to do that. We need to keep earning money. Yeah, it says main area here is a massive traffic hub. See, what's the little blackout level G-forces? Build's character? No. Well, it's you exceed the G-force, they just won't ride it. It's pretty much what it boils down to. The game doesn't have the idea that, like, you get on a ride and it's, like, lethal because it's, you know, too much. It's the G-forces are too high, so they won't ride. It's just the same, like if a ride is too scary, they won't ride it either. Alright, so we're getting all these flume rides put in here. And everyone is climbing the giant mountain of stairs. Okay, so we just get the one more there, then we can end the water slide. Plus, in the real world, like, you don't really know what everyone's gonna be able to land. It's not like, here's exactly 9 Gs, that's what the human body can take. It's like, well, no. Some people have different tolerances and all that. So you can't make it exactly safe. That's probably fine, right? That right there is probably fine. Where they just get ejected off the side of the thing. So let's go and fix that, I guess. Hey, it's got really high excitement. What's their deal? Yeah, no, I realize you're being satirical. So my solution here is we'll just enclose the whole thing. Now let's start the test. Because now it's enclosed, we shouldn't have to worry about getting thrown off the sides. Oh! Oh, I'm so sorry. Just utterly beefed the wall there. Does that help? Okay, so that's... Alright, so it's just like an absurdly fast one. So you go through the rough stuff there. I'm not sure if they're considering hitting the water first. No, that's solidly into the wall. I can make this work. We can go here. And straight on down in. That should be like straight into that water. Or death. Or utter death. Maybe utter death. All right. Hmm. Nope, that's still in the way. Okay, they're going too fast and they're hitting the ceiling. What I could do here, so we're working at trying to rob them of that speed. Alright. It'll take a little while to get that built, unfortunately. We can stop running the test for now. Okay. So just we're gonna get our next water slide set up. Keep those guests rolling in there, because that'll sell more pool passes, which is a big plus. Okay. You just need to keep getting that lower till it can get into the water. Maybe make it go up so they lose a little speed. Yeah, that's what I did here, is I made it go up so it lost a lot of the speed there. And I'm working the next ramp down. I'll probably do another little area where it goes back up again. Maybe I'll do a switch back down here to drop them in. We're in the run above the ticket counter, so they fly into the water. And the run about the ticket counter. So they fly into the water. Not sure. Oh, just like go here and just end it and so they just fall. It's actually pretty forgiving on how high you drop them from, all things considered. Okay, so let's see if we can't do the switchback. And then plunk them in the water. No, just ended above the concrete somewhere. We've already catapulted some directly into walls and all that, trying to get it sorted. Oh, they actually changed it where if they impact posts and all that, you'll get a notification that someone got injured or whatever, and people will be less likely to ride the ride. You can turn some of that stuff off. I don't know all the details on it. Okay, we're gonna aim at 45 down, and we're just gonna end the ride there. So they plop right down in the water. Assuming they can get around that, they should be going pretty slow. Okay, so let's test that again. A pretty high fear and nausea rating? Sure. Dynamic? just still, the idea I'm gonna charge $40 for you to go down a slide is wild. Unmitigated. We baking street pizza? I have... What? I'm not sure where that's kind of... No, I mean, we're doing like the, all the theme park stuff just causing wild stuff. We just finished some objective I didn't see what was. I'll do that thing, like... Unmitigated spending. Alright. So what do we got here? Oh, we crossed 160,000 for an extra 6,000 bucks. So they want me to have 5 more rides and to build a transport ride. The transport ride, like I said before, is kind of hard to justify. All my stuff is relatively close together. So I don't really have a great opportunity for a transport ride to do much. Alright. And also, for those who didn't see, Crave. Alright, so give her money a chance to recover. And let's go and check out to see one of our guests what they think. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. The thing, though, is I don't believe I can add 2 different entrances to one of these. So, like, I don't think I can have one here and then have, like, a separate entrance over there that you could just walk onto from the top. That's what Simcopter called when people vomited nauseating coasters. Ah. Yep. Crib. Yeah, let's see what the day in a person going into the theme park is. Need a new guest? Alright, we got a very excitable guest here. We got Samantha Codwell. So we're gonna go follow Samantha Codwell through her day for just a little bit here and see what she's got going on. I still wish I could see what she was actually doing while having the camera file up. So she wants to go to Priced Invoked Fear, which is always a big seller in the park. So you've got that you've just walked in the cave. Like, it's still not really a money shop because there's all tracks blocking the crab. But you get the idea. You walk in and you just kind of open up into that world. We'll end up going in on some of the side areas. Assuming we keep going along that route, we'll eventually get to the point of having maybe some, like, other areas that do a little bit better. Like, you're going into the more techno thing. Our security guard is definitely making this very uncomfortable for this poor woman. She's just trying to enjoy her day and go on a ride, and he is, yeah, she's officially wigged out. She does not want to be part of this anymore. That security guard is just like right behind her, uncomfortably close for a while. Alright, she's complaining about something stinking. And getting caught up in traffic. I do see that our garbage is overflowing. So definitely a good experience. But yeah, no, it's kind of a cool thing. You can switch also like the cinematic view. Alright, she's just taking too long to get anywhere. That's fine. I was mostly just like killing time till we had a bit more money. But I am noticing that we've got need for another janitor, I think. And we could probably get ourselves another mascot in here. So we've got the wizard, we've got the Viking, I've got the Meldonis. Let's get Max Stormcloud. Let's get Bodhi. Alright, so let's go ahead and get ourselves another water slide. Is someone going down? Oh, I thought someone was like, you know, started their way up and then changed their mind. Alright, so we've got that. Let's get a raft plume. Oh, can I make that a clear tube? It's fine. Press again. Raft flume. Cancel that. Yeah, clear tube. Alright. Oh. Okay, they got some really wild stuff that I don't remember. Man, were these always a thing? What even is half this stuff? The thing's huge. Okay. So we got some like really boring things by comparison. Where we got whatever like the monster crab thing is. Well, ride's done. That'll be $50, please. Exactly. Well, that's what we're trying to do here is with a raft. I mean, a raft, I could sit there and charge them for all of those things. Okay, so that releases straight out the other side. So we're going to need to do here. Alright. Not quite. There we go. Okay. Is there a second page? Yeah, that's what we were on. Is the second page. So like if we look at this, this is the first page over here, which is the same stuff we've always seen. Which is still fun and cool and all that. But like there's a second stuff that page that I didn't even remember seeing at any point. Which have them are these giant monstrosities that are impossible to fit anywhere. Yeah, we're not fitting those anywhere here. It's just like a little simple, like, spin it 90 degrees. Same deal there. You have that thing which drops people out the middle. Which is pretty cool. But again, trying to fit in the area we've got here is not going to happen. Okay, now we'll just dunk it in the water from here. Okay, and we can just take you and drop you right in. I mean, that's dropping them all the way right in. That's fine. That should give us another water slide. And that's probably all we want to fit on this side. That's pretty full at this point. Fitting some slides on the other side will be tricky, but I think worth trying. Because we could just have these water slides on the base one, and then have an upper, like a platform up here that people can do some rides, and then have another water slide set up here to drop into that area. And then, you know, where people talked about transport thing, we could have a transport thing up to service that section. Okay. Let's start the test. Let's move that a little bit. And otherwise, dynamic pricing. You know, increase that. And you're open. And we'll have overspending together. Okay, so I think that's all the water slides that are going to be coming off this. We have pretty much all the different categories. So I'm going to go ahead and do here is we're going to start filling this in. That way no one can truly see how long the line is. Can you ride them? Yes. And then this will also make it so like the sunscreen need is handled as well. Well, that's a wall covered in chewed bubblegum. You are not wrong. Gonna make this look less cursed once it's all in there. Okay, so let's keep working on filling that in to be less cursed. Okay. Now what needs to happen is we need to bring that down a little bit to be not quite so just straight up. The side there. Okay. Just making it not quite as sheer over there. All right. Now I've got all that. Where are we going that? Don't suppose you can have another slide which drops into the open Venus flytrap with the last slide? No, like they could do it, but what would end up happening is it would just treat it as if the person got injured. There's no like clever jumping stuff from one track to another kind of things, like that kind of thing. If you do it, they'll just straight up be like, someone is reported being injured, and you're like, well, cool. Alright. So all in all, things are looking a lot better. We could probably fit a smaller ride down here, too. Like a little flat ride or something like that. Alright, so what do you got now? You want me to get a park rating of 4. Okay. So let's check on our flat rides, because this is going to be too small of a place to put anything that isn't a flat ride. A Hellion Ring. Alright. You said that Futuristic Park was such a disaster. There's been a lot of games that have tried to replicate, you know, Roller Coaster Tycoon or you know, Planet Coaster, those kind of games. And there's really been a lot of them that just didn't figure out the formula. Okay, so you already set here, dynamic pricing. Will increase your maximum price. Get you set there. Enable the fast pass, which we'll put right here. And we'll prioritize the fast pass to treat everyone who doesn't pay extra like they don't matter. Eventually, like, criminally so. Okay, so here's the exit. Alright, and now we're going to want to get our queue. And the fast pass people walk straight on. For the people who don't pay extra. We have a nice, properly long queue. Okay, so with this, we can open you up. Let's get some music on this ride. Sure. Full English Breakfast is the name of the track that will be playing in there. Alright. Back where you started. Not the best name. Okay, so what's your scenery? So your scenery rating is pretty sad. I am going to go here and raise that up to the ride's height. And then we'll smooth it out so that it doesn't look quite so cursed. Just add a little bit of texture around it. Well, that was the game crashing. So bear with me. So surprisingly, that's our second crash today. So I had no crashes the other day when we played, but that's actually 2 we've had then. So as soon as the game reboots, the good news is I've not lost more than like 3-4 minutes with the auto-saving because of how frequent it is. So the auto-saving's still there. So the game still does have a little bit of problems where every once in a while you get a crash. And every once in a while you'll run to stuff like where the pathing fails. It's definitely way better than it was, because I remember, and I found don't use continue, go to where it says autosave. That was 123. Yeah, so we lost about 2 minutes. So there's a good chance that ride will be there and the paths will be there, but the terrain I was modifying won't. Yep. So yeah, so it broke out the terrain modifying. All right. And get that all cleaned up again. Cool. And you are open. Oh, and it does have your dynamic pricing, which is fine. Let's bump that up to maximum dynamic pricing will be $22. We do have the music set. And back where we started. Alright, so you've got a 23 scenery score, which is clearly not enough. So we gotta get that fixed. Not sure what I want to go with on this one. One thing that just struck me is back here, I should have at least one camera back in this area. There we go. That way when all the guests are chilling out there and people get pickpocketed, they'll mark who done it. Alright, so you need some... I didn't check the scenery scores in these. Yeah, all those have scenery of 100%, but that's not surprising. They're all mixed in with all that garbage. I'm actually surprised this one's not ranked higher than it is. I was thinking like topiaries, but I'm not loving the way they're looking. We do already have a coral-themed one. I love there's just a giant column in the middle of the, like giant columns in the middle of the walkway. It's like, nah, it's fine. Okay, so I'm covering up the walkway with grapevines. So we got the grapevines going up here. And over there. Okay, that bumps it up to, it's still only got 24% scenery here. So what we could probably do here I was gonna see if I couldn't put some grapevines like that, but I'm not loving the way they're looking. I mean, the grapevines are $1, so it's not surprising that didn't do much for us. Alright, so I need something else to decorate this. I can see dropping a whole bunch of flowers there. Let's see. It's probably too far anyways. Alright, so we need different decorations here, but we got the grapevines to cover that with shade, so at least people aren't getting cooked. But I definitely need to get some proper stuff here. We'll need some lights to be along the path. That's someplace I might be able to find some things that they'll be happy with. That'll work. Okay, so let's not have it align. Okay, align to surface off. Got some lights going down to get all these paths all covered. Okay, where's that put our scenery score at? Okay, so our scenery score is up to 37. We got a big area that's absent of scenery up the hill. There's definitely more we can put down here. Yeah, exactly. A raving raccoon being like, I'd ask which one, but that kind of gives the point. So we got like the pool decorations, all that sort of stuff. Bunch of signs. Alright, so we got the fountain there. Got, like the princess standing up there at the top of the hill. All right. You actually had one in mind, but yeah, lots of fails. Lots of failed projects. Yeah, no, I realize you're talking about a specific one, but yeah. It happens. Alright. We got Viking decorations. Wagon counter, wagon stand. Wagon piano. We have a water tower. A wishing tree. Sure. Still at only 38%. I mean, you lower that, and that's what you put people in when they've been bad. Let me guess, you're designed to... Cool. And I guess what I'll do from here is I'm just going to grab the temperate small plants and start filling that in here. Really not that many temperate plants. Also, let's fix this, because this thing just utterly consumed that car. I want you to... sit close to the ground. How's that do? Does that make it better? So we're at 42 scenery. We might just live with that for right now. And still gradually, like, improve the scenery over time. I could definitely add some stuff along here. All those are not what we're looking for. Got sci-fi, we got that. Mythology. Okay, so let's get these. The fence built along this side. Because that, again, that'll help hide the terrain there. Let's also go to this, choose to spray. There's one called moss. Let's go make this all mossy instead of like the regular grass. That doesn't help with the scenery score, but again, we're just trying to mix it up to make the different areas look a little bit different. Yeah, it's got us up to 51. So, unfortunately, I'd like us to have a much higher scenery score on there. But I am kind of just running into problems here of just trying to get what I need to get that score higher. Here, we got that. That's dirt. That's boiling. This'll do it. And 100%. Alright, so we had a bunch of bubble special effects to be in there as well. And that's enough. Alright, so now we got that filled in. So, as you can see, we are slowly taking this little area that we kind of walled off in with the mountain stuff there. And you are getting this area kind of filled in now. I do kind of feel like I want to bring this out towards the edge over here. and that we will start our first separation into like a separate land zone, whatever you want to call it. Place where the park has a shift in the ambience to fit a theme. We'll start to cause the same to be over here. All right. We're just adding the boundary over on this side. I said closed up that tunnel again, so let's unclose it up here in a second. We can make this look better over time as well. We'll add like more trees and other stuff to mask some of it. Okay, so I need to take you, cut you back down to like 30%, shrink you down to the smallest size. Okay. Come on, it shouldn't fill up that far. Okay, there we go. I was like, it shouldn't fill up that far. I just barely touched it. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, we basically just kind of create a boundary for ourselves. And that's to quote-unquote, like, finish the land, whatever you want to call it. We've got all this packed in here. So then the next move would be taking one of these different directions and making it be its own separate section. I'm kind of leaning towards opening up this area back here, since we've already got that path back there, and we got that ride with its own food area, you know, restrooms and all that. So continuing to like go back into this area and add a bunch of rides back in here for the next section. Meanwhile, you're complaining that the restroom's too dirty. Call the janitor. You need to be repaired. You need to be repaired. You need to be repaired. Dismiss all those. Dismiss all the theft and whatever. Alright. Okay, so the next area is going to be back here. Now we could start leaning towards a theme if we wanted to. Where are all my janitors? What's going on here? Yes, everyone's generally in a positive mood now. I probably just need bigger break rooms, is what's probably ending up going on now. Because they don't have enough break rooms for everybody. In the meantime, we'll have to figure that out. Okay, so you want 3 more rides of transportation thing. Okay. So what we can do here... is I want to have another one of those, like, you've walked into another area kind of things. So I'm leaning towards that being over here somewhere. That what we'll do is this is where the path will change. So we're not going to use the same path we were before. We're going to change up our floor. We'll want to stencil this. Okay, so let's go ahead and I just need to grab you. That's not what I want this tool actually. Okay, and with those placed, alright. So yeah, so we'll have this exit out into a new area, which would be good. So what we're going to want to do here is we're going to want to obscure the vision a little bit. Let's see, scenery. We're going to use different lightings in this entire area back here. So I think we're going to go for like spooky, witchy, that kind of stuff. So we're going to aim for in this area back here. Unfortunately, the sorcerer's sconces are just too tall for inside the cave. We'll use those once we get out of here. Right now, I'll just keep using these. Okay, by this point, there'll be enough light to cut across there. These are all in terrible positioning. Okay. So we go over here. We get to the other side of that, like, mountain or whatever. And this is when we're going to have completely different setup so far as a lot of this going on. Let's switch you. Get you back to being 8. I want you to be curved. Instead of being as much of a grid on this one, it'd be a lot more A lot more weird, like, snaking paths that just crisscross through everything. Okay. Now start putting that to work. But as you can see, right now I don't have anything here, so it doesn't do me any good. I do feel like I want to have a little bit of a landmark in the middle here. That doesn't need to even be a ride or whatever, it's just going to be like a witch's cottage, that kind of thing. The scenery. So got the witch's cottage right there in the middle. Put dead trees and all that around it. We're just going for like a generally, like, not ghost area, not witch area, something in between. So we're going to need to get more rides going on. Is my loan paid off? Yeah, it is. Alright. So we can unlock all that stuff. Track rides, water rides, power, flat, flumes. All the flats opened. So that leaves me with nothing but the transport stuff. And at that stage, I have unlocked literally everything. Cool. So what that means is now research points are utterly useless to me. So I'm going to go back to the entrance really fast, and I'm going to just shut down the mechanics place. So mechanic shop, turn it off. Then meanwhile, I want to go to you and advanced. We're going to change you over to service and apply all day, confirm. And we're going to go with the other one that was assigned to research, advanced, apply all day, confirm. That way, both of those mechanics are actually working now, because otherwise I just stand around with nothing to do. That's fine, that's fine. Alright, so you want 3 more rides, and you want a transportation ride. I could potentially see setting up a transportation ride to take you back there. So maybe what I'd do is I'd put one of the entrance right here where these trees are. Have it go up and around, down this way, kind of follow this hill, cut over there, and then drop it down here. So we'd create custom. This, I believe... Yeah, steam train counts as a transportation ride, I'm pretty sure. Yes, and the idea is I put it around here. The question is, can you make the train go back and forth? Right, so power, transport. So here's the ones that qualify as transport rides. So we've got the monorail, we've got the steamboat, we've got the steam train, we got the single-decker bus, and you got the power thing. I think I want to go with the steam train. Because the steam train would also work at a bunch of different aesthetics, so I could expand it later. So you can sit here and put this one here, and then just make the track kind of wind onto this side and come back around. I make it go on the long side. It's rotate you so you're not perfectly on the grid. I want you to be a little high up here. So that way it's easier for me to move around all the other stuff. Okay. I'll adjust this to block things so you don't see the employee area. Alright, so I could put the station up here, so it's just a walk up there and down. Might not be the worst. Because I think for this being a train where it's going to have to go through, I do think I'm going to have a stopping point. Okay. I'm just loosely having it follow the terrain. The idea is later on I'd be able to pivot it the way I want to. Alright, and I ran out of money right by the end. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so as soon as I get the money, that's our transportation vehicle, and for right now it's just going to go from one far end to the other. Obviously there's nothing out here yet, so it's not going to exactly see a whole lot of use, but that'll satisfy the transportation vehicle objective. I think that counts as an additional ride, so that'll put us closer to there. And we can start building out the rides on the other side of the park. That's also going to be when staffing becomes more complicated, because the park's getting big enough. I am going to need to start assigning, like right now I've got one zone here, one zone there, and one zone there. I'm going to need to have another zone back here, and I'm going to probably have to assign a couple people to both those zones. Alright. But yeah, then the idea with the way I've got this set up is later on, if I expand over here, I could just shimmy this on over, put a train station there. If we expand over here, shimmy that on over, transport there. But I feel like the train can fit most aesthetics just fine. Versus some of the other ones, like the monorail rolling into, you know, the magic wizardy place is a weird vibe. Alright, bear with me for just a second, chat. I need to use a restroom, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. Alright, and I am back. Yep. That permadeath run is still alive. We finished everything in the game that was available at the time, and we're like, you know what? We'll just wait. So is it paused or unpaused? Okay, there we go. Okay, so that finishes the track. Now I got a bunch of other stuff to work on to make that functional. So let's see. Height markers we don't care about, they attach. That's fine, whatever. Let's see here. Okay. So for right now, we can add a distributor. I'm going to tuck that underneath the supports. Attach it way down there. Extra power required. How much power does that require to function? Oh, you're in horrific condition. Why haven't I been getting the warning that you're in bad condition? So yeah, that's a problem. I need that money to come in now so I can, call the mechanic to deal with that. So you need to be serviced. 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 Alright, all that's fine. That's fine. And the power's going off on all our rides. Love to see it. We got all that going on. That's all fine there. You need to be serviced. Okay. Let's all take a look. Alright. So, unfortunately, our slide has gone. It did not manage to become a classic, and now it is just considered old. So I believe if we refurbish it... Or no, what? There was one here where you could, like, retheme it or refurbish it or whatever to kind of reset the whole prestige thing. They may have gotten rid of that. But yeah, so you gotta get the ride to an extremely high level of prestige to get the bonuses. But yeah, so that's gonna happen. What ends up happening with that is it means you get a significant penalty to people's interest in riding it. Reputation can affect the ride's appeal to guests. Reputation stats can change at any time based on the ride's prestige. But yeah, so if we manage to get that ride up to be extremely high, it can become a classic when it's aging. But that one unfortunately did not get there. They're going to have a bunch of our old rides. They're going to be kind of aging out in that way. Alright, so in the meantime, while we've got that going on, I need to go to the station, place an entrance, and place an exit. And these don't have a fast pass line of any capacity. And so for you, just shrink that down, change your texture. So you got the stairway down. And I want a path for the the queue. And unlike what we've done before, the plan is for this to not look terrible. So queue, line, in this case, it'll be a straight shot up to the train. Because that train's not going to be the fastest. Can I have 2 trains on here? We'll do 3. 2. Okay, so I'm seeing that the train is an absolute power hog, is what I'm coming to realize. So let's turn the train off entirely. It doesn't get to have power. Because we're not ready to use it anyways, and it's just going to be awful. Okay, so for here, I need to go to this station. Station 3. We will place the entrance a little bit farther back from the exit. And I'll place the exit. Okay, that's quite the steep drop down for that. So this is back over here. So the plan is I'll just have it loop here, loop there. Yeah, so that'd be good to clean that to be less cursed, but right now that'll work. Alright. So challenge here is I'm going to need way more power. And then what are my other objectives on the list? Get to a park rating 4. We are physically getting the transport ride done, which will give us 10,000. But to do that, I need more power. And that's going to take me a minute. Because I want to keep getting the really good power and not just wasting money on fast power. Because, yeah, this ride takes 263 power to run. That is almost a dedicated solar panel to run this one ride by its lonesome. But that'll give me a transportation ride, and we can start building out more other attractions back here. And how are these R1s? Any of these R1s getting to the point of you're right about to flip over, and we'll see what happens with you. Yeah, so refurbishment doesn't do that. Maybe I'm thinking Planet Coaster 1, but there was a thing in Planet Coaster 1 where you could take a ride and basically be like, oh, I didn't get the prestige, or like when you're starting to work your way down here, you would get to like this old area and you'd be like, just, you know, refresh it, start it over. Well, so far, despite having a 20% penalty to people wanting to ride it and all that, people are still riding it. That's fine, we'll leave it alone. We can add some music to this. Okay. Sure. It'll have like its little stuff here. Alright, so Steam Train Railroad. The Daily Grinder. Let's just leave it at the Daily Grind. Daily Grinder gives a little bit of a connotation I'm not really aiming for here. Alright, so yeah, so that'd pay me 10,000. So the thing we're gonna do, we take the loan, we jump ourselves up like 30,000, and that gives me enough to then turn around and go to facilities, solar panel, and plunk you down. Attach you to the grid, which gives me enough power to turn this on, which then completes this objective where I get $10,000. And then we just need to build 2 more rides, and that'll complete that objective and probably get us through there. So let's see what we want to do up here, because we need to start having reasons for people to come up this way. Is there any rides here that scream... Oh, create custom. We got tracked rides, flat rides, and coasters. Right, we finished all the research. There's nothing left to do there. So we got go-karts. We have the little interactive shooting ride thing. Why is he doing some weird stuff with that? Sir? Sir? It's fine. Bathroom and restaurants? Yeah, I've got some down here. I'll put some up here somewhere as well. I think the first thing I want to do is add some reason for people to be here at all. Because until we have that, it's not going to do a whole lot. You know, the water rides. We have the powered rides. Oh! Okay. So we have the interactive shooting thing. This is fairly new. I'm a little worried on how much effort it's going to be to set that thing up, though. Because, like, the idea is you drive along and you can put targets and they could, like, shoot the targets and all that. Let's just see what it says when I go to build it. Okay. So you have standard track 1 and 2. We have the station. We have this. Yeah, so literally it's just a little track that you just kind of zip around the area and then we give a bunch of targets. I do think that's a attraction worth making. I don't want to really get into that yet. So, that said, the cars that just drive around, that I can see being a lot more, like, the chance of being able to do something interesting with that is a lot easier. Let's plan you to be over here. Okay, this is a style of ride that, if you ever go to theme parks, this would be like your Peter Pan, Winnie the Pooh, those kind of rides that you just, there's not a lot of, you know, like really intense stuff happening. It's going to be more about like having a show thing kind of on the ride. So you'll notice there's like no boosting, no anything else. It's just a straight up, like little slow moving ride. Let's grab the entire ride really fast. We can shift it back a little bit more. So you can place the entrance here. Probably around there. Place the exit back here. And then we will make sure to enable the fast pass. And give it maximum priority. And then in the meantime, while that's testing, I'll need to go to facilities. Oh, we have the distributor over there. Pack one down here real fast. And we'll need to get the exit. What do I do for the exits and all that over here? I can tell it's all stairs. So what we'll do is we will grab you, do that, copy. Okay, and then we have the queue going in. And you go straight in. And then we'll have the queue line for the regular people coming in. Okay. There we go. So let's see what it says for the final result. So needless to say, I need a lot of scenery to make this worthwhile. Alright. So in its current form, I'm supposedly going to be able to charge like 12 bucks for it. So I'll need scenery and all that stuff. And probably get... I can probably get 8 of those on there. Okay, so I can get them going a little bit. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? I want to see how many of these get through before we run out. And then I might cut the speed down enough to try and line it up so we should be able to have the 8 on there. Try dropping that to 10. Yeah, I think at 10 miles an hour, it should have a nice cadence about going around. It was a great weekend, and YouTube did the thing we have all been excited about finally. Which one? Alright, so change the music. Merge the sources for horizontal and vertical live streaming. Merge the sources. I'll have to look at that after stream because I can split it. Oh, one chat for both. Gotcha. Yeah, I've been doing the thing where I could split it between the two, but yeah, that'd be really solid. I'll have to look after stream on that. Not really what I'm looking for. Sure. Oh, I need to do this real fast. If I don't do that, I'll play it forever. Alright. So needless to say, the ride has literally a 0% scenery bonus. I am going to open the ride, despite it having literally 0 scenery. So this is a ride we will definitely want to fully enclose to have lots of things for them to watch and all that. It's slowly rolling out? Yeah. Alright, so scenery, walls. I need something that will work for, like, little... Well, here's what I could do. So we'll start by grabbing the terrain. And raising it up to the track level. Because the ground level I don't see a reason to mess with too much. Like the stuff below the track. Okay, so we need a little dip here. Of course, I put the distributor plainly in view there. It's fine. All right. Okay, so I've got that to make it a little bit easier for me to build stuff around it. So now what I need to do is find some walls that would be appropriate for, like, a vaguely spooky whatever. The brick wouldn't be the worst. Classic brick, not cardboard. Castle wall would certainly work. Gingerbread would potentially work. Lime plaster would certainly work. Sandstone? Okay, the rough brick wall is looking really like a winner. All right. Let's grab these, and we're going to want to edit this ride such that we can add scenery. And we'll do the brick. Yeah, so weirdly it doesn't let me build that stuff there. Alright, so we'll start building a building around this thing. So we can go to the brick. We want to go to the old brick, the worn brick. We're looking for, like, actual just normal wall. Yeah, there's a rough brick. Alright, so let's turn this way to get this grid started. Okay, so it's going to be popping in and out of the place. Okay. So I've got that set up right there. Because again, I got to get my scenery score up higher. The idea is I'm going to have it popping in and out of the brick building. We'll see what we can do with this. And I did see a bunch of the segments of wall back there were not set correctly. I'll just need to go through that and fix it. I got a bunch of them that are wrong, like a whole bunch of them. Okay. Okay, so we've got all that part of the building. Let's fix some of these tiles that are in the wrong position. Yeah, these are the ones I noticed the whole line of them was wrong. Okay, so then the plan is I should be able to make triggers that, I can make doors open or whatever. I can make it so I can pop in and out of the building that way. It's like make the wall open here, make the wall open there. I haven't done that in a super long time. So now I gotta remember how any of that works. Yeah, because you'll cross through here, cross along there. This will be like in a spooky area, so let's go ahead and we can do that because that's easier to set up. Then go to the trees. We want to get rid of those. Do this. So it's not there. There were trees that are like... creepy dead trees. Okay, so let's change our scaling to be randomized. We'll need to go in there and add a bunch of effects to make it not quite so bad. Okay, so I got a bunch of those. Got a couple of the witches' trees here. Alright. We haven't had a single guest get out here. Which it is open, and there are paths to get there. Do you have anyone riding on the train yet? 0 guests so far. Cool. Wait, what's that saying? The Day of the Grand is so much cheaper. It is only a short walk away. Huh? It's free. I physically can't charge for it. I don't know what you're saying. Alright, so we've got that. Let's continue working on the scenery here. So we need the building. So now we need to figure out is the roof. Now in this case, we probably don't need to do anything too fancy with the roof. Got aged wood. That's got potential. The castle roof would look pretty weird in this case. Iron roof, probably not what we're looking for. Not probably looking for anything nearly that bright. Keep tile roof? Oh, you have to edit that building. Keep tile roof is looking pretty promising. Let's get that built here real fast. Alright. I just need the normal angled pieces. You know, get this thing all sealed up. They'll have some trees to adjust and all that, but that's fine. So now we'd need to go back up here. And then we'll make it flat after this one, so we don't have to fuss with this way too much. Yeah, because it'll do the flat after that, so let's just grab the angled roof. Because all these decorations will boost the scenery on the ride and get that all squared away. And they'll help me make the ride look, you know, less just like silly and incomplete. Okay, with that, we go to flat roof. Then I get a bathroom to clean after that. I put down one too many tiles. And then we're going to add a bunch of fog special effects to hide a lot of the garbage down here. Yeah, so I've got like the main building itself. We get rid of that tree that's poking through the roof here. So let's go ahead and assign some of these. You need to be cleaned. That's fine there. All right. So, a couple things we want to do here is we'll paint the ground. We'll make it moss.
Not just be straight up green, but give it a little texture. Alright, so next to the scenery, we're going to go in here and go to our special effects. Put out a lot of mist emitters. So that the whole thing is foggy around here. Alright, so we're going to need some light sources to run along here. Something that isn't super duper obvious kind of stuff. So light, whatever. Get rid of the filter there. Let's see here. I'm leaning towards the other ones. Okay, the sorcerer lights look pretty solid possibility. So I just need to get a lamppost that's not and I want you to snap to position on that. It's not what I'm looking for. Alright, get rid of that. Let's change the scenery, the light. That'll work as well. So let's go ahead and snap or set its angle. Okay. We do have the side of the building set, and then when we're on the track, we wouldn't have more. So let's see if I can remember how to do a trigger. So, I would need to go to Scenery, Special Effects, Event Sequencers and Triggers, Event Sequencer, cool. Now, if you remember that, we can add Browse Trigger Objects. Yeah, bandits and all that. And check out Asriel, fantastic content creator. Does a lot of a lot of simulation games, those kind of things. So what we're looking for here is stuff that will fit what we're looking for the scene. Pirates aren't really what we're looking for. And that's most of what I'm finding is pirates and that kind of thing. We got special effects like that kind. There was a spellcaster there to open the wall. Or why not? Get another spellcaster here. I need to put more lighting in this corner so I can actually see what I'm doing. That's fine. Alright, so I got a couple of spellcasters here. Got some targets we don't care about. We got this stuff. I don't care about troopers. We got lights. We got Viking doors, which are gates. That's kind of what we want, is not Viking doors, but something that could do something like that. I could probably make that work the way I want it to. What I could probably do here is grab the Viking doors, get those rotated into place the way I want them, and then cover them up with other things so that it triggers the door opening, which then just moves the chunk of wall or whatever. Okay, that'll be fine. I'll need to scale you up slightly. Okay. Oh, I did not confirm it. It's fine. So I'm going to grab that again. Because then I need to set that up to be a trigger. On trigger only. So advance move it. It's been a long time since they've done triggers because it's a whole thing. But you can make some pretty cool stuff with them. Not quite right this way. Let's see, nice how detailed you can compose these rides. Yep. Alright, so confirm that position. I'll loop it promote. Alright, so it is going to open the correct way. On trigger only. Oh, you opened up too far. Alright, so that's not going to work. That's okay. We can get a different one. So scenes. I want to say we have the trigger sequencer. I want to say there's stuff in here for like animatronics and that kind of things. But there's these ones here. But I want to say there's a hinge. Or like other moving piece. I don't remember where they're at. I think it's in here, there. So you got moving platform. That'll work. And grab the moving platform. set you over there. I could take you, so... Okay. So on trigger. Hey, Lexer, you have a good one. Okay, so we've got that. So now what I want to do to this is grab scenery. We want to grab wall. Why do I say literally no wall? So now you grab the wall. We can grab the brick. And I find the old brick. What I want to do is I want to attach the old brick onto this thing. As soon as I remember how the heck to do that. Attach scenery. There we go. Yeah, the rough brick. There's a reason I don't do triggers very often. Okay, and then we can duplicate slide. Okay, that's just telling us we made a bunch of money today, which is fine. Oh, I still had the random size turned on. Alright, 1 second. Random scale off. Grab you, duplicate you. Because what we ultimately want to do here is I set all those things to be attached to that piston. I want the trigger. Try and set this up. So edit building, grab the sequencer. Browse trigger objects, that's not what I'm looking for. Edit trigger sequence. Add object. U. And U. Confirm selection. So I've got you. Okay. Is there a way to make you... Alright, I think I'm already over it. There's a way you can sit there, and from here we'd do an add-on. You have a trigger point on the track. Yes, I need to edit the ride, yes. And what happened is there's trigger points you can add. Which I do not remember how to do any of this. I think I am over trying to mess with that. Yeah, so the idea behind this is I wanted him to cast and it to lower, but you have to have a trigger set here. that when the vehicle hits a certain point, it hits a trigger, the wall, like, it plays the animation. On triggers only, continuous. You can set music and a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, you can get through, like, these really elaborate rides that, you can do all that stuff. So delete that section. Delete the trigger thing there. Grab you. This ride isn't accessible. Missing unloading station. Did I accidentally switch that, say that you have an unloading and a loading station? Okay. All right. But yeah, you can spend hours with triggers doing all sorts of stuff. You know, it's fine. I'm not going to fight with it. So now I just got to wait to open you. And then what we'll do is I'll just make it so it like looks like a portal or something and just hand wave and pretend it's fine. Because like I said, you can go through with that and like add a trigger, have like the animations happen. Add a trigger, have the next thing's animations happen. Add a building, okay. Alright, so now I want to go scenery. The thing we'll do with this is I'm going to duplicate it like that. And then I'm just going to put a special effect on the wall to hide the fact that they're driving through walls. And obviously you'd want to do more of the interior of the building and all that. But for right now, I don't think we're going to put that effort in. So I've got like those portals and everything. Which isn't going to do it. Those are all fireworks. Oh, don't snap to position. Yeah, trying to figure out something that can cover up that wall really well. Bubbles won't do it. Falling leaves won't do it. Just sending people into direct fire would certainly be an experience. Maybe? Okay, then they cut across here, do a little loop around in the fog. Okay. So let's see how that looks. Sure. It looks goofy, but whatever. Alright, so you can go over here real fast. And just gonna scooch that out just a little bit so the building's not hanging over the side. So not my greatest ride, by a long shot. It does actually have a relatively okay excitement rating, considering what it is. Unreachable home ownership. Unachievable goals. There we go. Relatively okay. Those high marks. Now, to this point, I don't think we've had anyone ride this at all. Oh, it's a horror coaster? Yep. Yeah, it is. I mean, we've got all these, like, nightmare trees and everything. Alright, so we need another ride, so let's check on all of our stuff here. So you're in poor condition. Go repair that. You're in poor condition. Go repair that. You're in poor condition. Repair that. Dismiss all. Guests are having their pool passes refunded because they're not spending enough time in your pools. Look, man. The money pit butt wet is over capacity. Oh. So our pool is so popular, we cannot handle the popularity of the pool. Okay. I hadn't anticipated that being an issue. Alright, let's make another pool, I guess. Create custom pool. This one we're going to draw. Because I'm going to do here. I was actually... Hi. I was actually hoping to have like a hollowed out spot in the middle for the tree. Okay, let's rotate that to not be quite so cursed. Alright, so we're getting a giant pool. Let's go here and start adjusting you. So this pool's capacity is 588. We're going to take the color strength. We're going to make it... Green's not honestly that terrible looking. I want something that looks very unnatural. Yep, so it's a very red pool. We'll need to connect it to paths. Let's grab you. Copy the existing texture there. Add connection points. Kind of all the corners. All right. So over here, we're going to need a couple of facilities. Well, actually, we have the pool pass and everything right there. So, like, literally right here inside the mountain is all the stuff I need to accommodate that. What are you complaining about? Right, you're like, you don't have any lifeguards. You right? This is a really big pool. So let's go ahead and choose scenery. Pool area. Take the filters off. Grab the really tall lifeguard thing. Hey, Treacle, how's it going? Okay, we've got you set up. Have some diving areas on the edges over here. Diving areas over there. Now, unfortunately, because I use the round thing as opposed to a flat, it's going to be really hard to let me put wave stuff in here. That's the wave end of the pool. Man, how's it going? Let's see. We were asked in Discord about where to post Planet Coaster game screenshots. I want me to set up a thread in the gaming channel so it doesn't get too spammy. Yeah, that'd be perfect. Sorry, I've been like so like zoned in. But yeah, no, absolutely. I'd love to see what our people got going on Planet Coaster. Because you can see how creative you can get with this game of just sitting here and just spending time just making all the stuff. Also, we could take our loan. We could pay it back in full. Set chairs for everyone to sit around. All right. I had not planned to make a giant swimming pool the centerpiece of this area. But, you know. It is what it is. Alright, so the next thing we need to check is... we've got a bunch of stuff for getting it prestige and all that, that's fine. It's suggesting that I will need 12 heaters to get this warm enough to be comfortable. So... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now I get a bunch of the heaters that are not in range of a distributor. They'll need to get that sorted out. So facilities, power, distributor. I want him to snap to something. We also need the water filter. So I would really like this to snap. There we go. So we've got the water filter. Cool. And then we also need a power distributor. Cool. You are slightly out of range for power. Okay, so how are we looking now for the swimming pool? It is a pretty solid temperature. Filtering's good. Watercolor's horrific. Pool overall safety. It's probably fine. Alright, so what do we got going on here? You're over capacity. We need to go to you. A lot of these are probably going to need me to be refurbishing them. Okay, got all those. Got all you. Alright. Yep, so we obviously don't have the scenery around this or anything else yet. For some reason you're feeling English, you're not sure why. People's soup. Oh, it'd be a stew. It'd at least be a stew. People's stew. Considering it's a big bowl of liquid that, people are going to climb into. We're going to go ahead and break up the train a little bit here. By spiking this up right here on this side. Just to separate out a little bit from the rest of the area around it. Okay. I'm going to spray that, and we're going to spray it looking moss. I definitely could use a ground that's like dead leaves or something like that. Or otherwise, like, really be able to change the aesthetic to be, like, deeper colors, that kind of thing. Like, I wish we could, keep the textures, but change the color of the areas. Okay, the daily grind is currently in need... Well, actually, it says it's degrading and has poor condition. But then, it doesn't mark a condition. Alright, so meanwhile, we'll go scenery, trees, scroll down to there. Probably not the witch tree. We should go here and choose Different scale. So for everyone trying to enjoy a nice not creepy swim, that's too bad. You're swimming in the creepy part of the park. All right. The creepy part of the park that really has negligible guest attendance. Like, it's almost exclusively my staff right now. So we got a new thing here, which wants me to build another transportation vehicle. I'm getting rid of that one. I literally built this whole area to set up the first transportation. I haven't even got our vehicles set up here. Okay, let's go ahead and try and get a flat ride or something going real fast. We got plenty of options. Let's see, something that would fit the theme going on here. So I've got the swinging ship, the Screaminator. Alright, I'm down. So here's the entrance. There's the exit. Before we worry about any of that stuff, we'll set dynamic pricing. Maybe way higher than that. Enable priority pass. And that'll be this side. Give them maximum priority. We will need to change the music. Okay, sure, why not? Alright, so we'll grab the exit line real quick. And we can copy that from the other exit lines they put here. So the hope is if I keep adding stuff over here, start having more guests, because I got a couple of guests running over here. What is your problem? You need to use the restroom and eat. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so meanwhile we have the queue. Alright, we'll make it make sense using this. Alright. And smooth it out to be cool, not quite as aggressive. Okay. And so we've got the Screaminator. Corporate climb. Sure, why not? Let's see what we got here. So you are in poor condition. I'm going to tell it to be refurbished. Dismiss all. You are once again over capacity. That's just what's going on right now, is that pool is literally over capacity by 60 guests. It is extremely over capacity. We have both those set up to be refurbished. That's all fine there. Okay, we got our 23 rides for our 10,000. We're bringing pretty close to getting the 4 stars. Now you are going to have your scenery score be absolute garbage. Alright. Yeah, we can use these rocks again. So let's go grab these rocks. We're gonna go here and say random rotation and scale. And grab some of the ones that don't have a bunch of chunks of stuff on them. Okay. Really need to be choosing more styles of rocks just so it's not quite all uniform. Okay, those gradually get smaller. Okay. We're just trying to fill in a bunch of this real fast. Mostly trying to hide the grass and whatnot. Terribly positioned boulder, I'll have to move that. Oh, align to surface, don't. Keep your random rotation. Wish I would notice that earlier, because that'll make a lot of them not quite land in a way that works well. Okay. And all this will add a bunch to our scenery score and all that. And as we add more attractions and all, we can fill in the gaps and whatnot. Okay. Okay. And some of these are really badly positioned that I'm doing. I have to go through and clean them up. Huge gap in here that we want to fill in. That's one of the things that impresses me with the Planet-style games, is you get in this customization, and for a lot of other games, you get into this number of objects, and the game would just pitch a fit. Like, if you remember City Skylines 1, they literally hard-coded the game so that you could only have so many objects in your world, and the game would just be like, no, you're done. You're out. You've put too many objects. And it's those things that modders could go to individual objects and change those amounts. For example, there was a limit on the number of trees, and you could get mods that would let you put down more trees than the limit. But eventually, we'd run into there's a free infamous one where he'd be like, "Nope, you've hit the capacity of objects." And I never did find a mod that got rid of that. My understanding is it had to do with like how it was stored, like the data type or something. It was just kind of stuck in like changing the data type for something that core to the whole game just wasn't really feasible thing without lots of side effects. Alright, so we got all that. So let's grab the paintbrush. We'll choose to do the rough stone. And then you have a scenery of 100%, but I'm still not done. Let's go over here to get into our special effects. I've been liking the fog effect for this area. Or mist, or whatever they call it. Let's tuck the mist in here in a bunch of the places in the rocks. I'm also thinking the whole land's going to be vaguely misty. Because I'm sure our scenery score for the pool is not that great. Alright. So there we go. Now we got the ominous everything going on. I guess I accidentally assigned all those misters to this ride. So we got that at 100%. For the pool, it's still only got a scenery of like 40%, but that'll improve as we set stuff up. We hit a park rating of 4, so there's $10,000 in our pocket. We have to get the amount of vomit and litter in our park down, and we need 4 flat rides with at least 4 excitement. This one I looked at before, and it was just going to not be a thing I wanted to deal with. Let's see. So we need to get you all set up. So refurbish, 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 dismiss all in that. Okay. And you're still perpetually over capacity, which will get solved in, in a little bit of time. Alright. So we need to get some more rides in here. I am just making incredible amounts of money now. So we're going to do something that's counter to our incredibly awful everything. We're going to start boosting our wages up from just fair to high. So we're actually treating our employees really well now. I'll see how that shakes out for our money making. Okay. Needless to say, it's going to cut into our profit margins, but honestly, with the time it takes me to go through these rides, that's fine. The only rides that end up pushing my money real hard is when I go and I do a proper roller coaster, because those ends up costing, you know, tens to $100,000, something like that. All right, so we got all that. We're sitting at 75,000. We got what we got here. So let's see. We don't care about that. So let's get ourselves another staffing zone. So staff zones, create new zone. So this staffing zone just features that one ride there. And we have it kind of creep over here. Actually, get rid of this zone. And take you. And I'm just going to have this zone handle all of this, which is probably too big, but that's fine. Because yeah, what we're gonna need to do is get more stuff back here, and then over time it should draw more of them back here. Okay, we got someone caught on camera. Need more staff members. Need more staff members. Yeah, so I got a handful of guests wandering around now. They get stuck waiting on here for a long time. Alright, so another thing we're going to do is I'm going to plunk down a couple of facilities down here. So let's go ahead and take care of that. So we can go and grab our restroom. Actually, a restroom, our changing room, a heater, an information kiosk, now put a Hat's Fantastic back here. Now let's grab the paths, stencil, and copy your texture. Alright. So from here, we're going to go back into editing these. Cool. And we'll want to go scenery and get our walls made. Again, looking for something that'll... look good here. And I did deliberately not put food in here, and you'll see why in just a minute. Okay, so we need to get that all sorted out. Get that sorted out. Okay, so we need to shift you. That's really annoying. There's like, they have like a lean to them, so you can't mirror it that way. But that one does match up. You know, there's an easy way to deal with this. Forget all that, grab this. You just pop down here. So annoying. Right, I'm learning that I'm not the biggest fan of the little ridge things they put on the roofs. For the western. Like, it'll be fine, but definitely fighting with them more than anything. Wood deck and all that. We're looking for the actual plank floor. Okay. So get this building all made real quick. Now take care of a lot of our guest basic needs. There's guest services. That's fantastic. And all the rest of that's all fine for right now. I'm gonna need light sources in here. Let's add the snap to position. And we can align with the surface. So let's just find anywhere I could put that doesn't look cursed. It's not really the vibe I was looking for, but I also don't want to fight with it for the rest of the thing. Okay, so that takes care of that. Now, the next thing I was going to do, I haven't built one of these. I think I did this once before. Is that you have the restaurant kitchen. And I don't remember exactly how this works. But the idea is straightforward. Is to make a building here, and there's actually a committed restaurant to it that then offers to have significantly more food options than you'd otherwise have. It's a way of kind of like scaling up a restaurant. so let's see if we can't figure this out. So facilities, we've got the restaurant kitchen. You can put two of those side by side. We need to add tables. Okay, so bacon tables, 10 out of 10. So it's looking like I actually probably won't need the second one. So let's go here. So what I'm trying to do is add more tables. Gonna really pack them in here. And my hope is that they will be able to handle all that. If not, I could potentially add over the... Okay, so that's the limit. That's how many tables one of those can handle. So let's then go in here and start moving this to be reasonable numbers. So I could space them out a little bit doing this. All right. Okay. I'm assuming it's 20 is what we have here. I'm just trying to shift it all around so everything's not quite claustrophobic. But those two crunch together, have a space in between for then these two. Alright, so we've got all this. So we can... I thought there was more options you could put here. So it looks like it's got foods for everybody. So I got the Cuban sandwich. Oh. Oh, okay. I see. So we can go in here and we can make things all sorts of fancy. I mean, right now it's a pretty wide range. We can leave it like that. I will open it. And I can take you. And we'll increase your pay. Now let's actually build a building around it. Oh, well, let's get some of these walls. We can go for the castle brick. I see a problem with that. The extension is for higher up. Okay, so we've got all that. Let's see. Alright, so I'm going to want to shift that farther out. Otherwise, it's going to look weird. And even though this is kind of dead space back here, build in like that so it looks like there's an actual kitchen hidden back here. And what can we do to make this not look so bad? Alright, so what I can do here... Okay, so what I could do back here to make this not look so bad, because that's a fully enclosed area, there's no way to make it look so it's not a little weird. We can go here to scenery, and even though it's not a real door, I can put a faux door back there. And then just the same, we can go over here. Again, it's not an actual door for what we're using, but I'll put a fake door there that we can put a door well in front of. Okay. Alright, so we got those. I need to figure out what I put at the corner. That'll work. Okay, so let's go to ceiling now. There isn't a specific castle ceiling for that. Okay. And I'm a little concerned that the staff member has just vanished from existence. That he took the job, he worked her for like 30 seconds, and now he's just gone. That's fine. Alright, so let's go down here and get some lights. Oh, hang on. Grab you. And keep it normal scale. No assigned staff. Open. Okay. Let's try and resolve that. Because I hired the person, they showed up, and then they kind of noped out. Okay, so you're starting to work there. Good. I need a little bit more light in here so I can change you to a standing light and see if we have a chandelier that's standing. Something thereabouts. Not really. Like a sconce or something? There we go. Everyone have a jar of fireflies on their table. Okay. Bear with me for just one moment. Just checking one thing really fast. But no, I'm glad I did another day of this. I've been very much enjoying it. I think tomorrow we might check out the Flotsam 1.0 release. That's sort of like a top-down raft. Okay. Alright, so we had a park bench got vandalized. Pay to have that replaced. We got more people breaking things. Our pool is over capacity. Just 214 people pitting in a pool that's capacity is 182. That seems reasonable. Okay, so you want me to clean up all the vomit and everything. You want a transport ride. Stop trying to make me build more transport rides. And they're just escalating the stuff here. Okay, this should be more doable, at least, on both of those. Because the other one was I had to have it under a certain amount of fear, but over a certain entertainment. And it was, like, super hard to make that difference. The transport ride, whatever. You need to be clean, so we'll call the janitor. We got all that stuff going on. We got a bunch of people complaining about being thirsty, which sounds like a them problem. And maybe they should do something about it. Yeah, I should probably get some signage and all that over there. The point is, we're starting to get that area filled out. It's going to need a lot more decorations to look nearly as good as this side. Because, like, this side genuinely looks like what you'd expect a theme park. Like, we zoom in so you don't see the outer edges. Like, that's very theme park-esque, what you're seeing there with, like, the density of all the different ambiance things and whatever. But when you get out here, there's just too much flat, too much empty space. And, you know, you just wouldn't really see that. Little by little, you got people popping off of here. How are we doing on power, by the way? Oh, and for those that didn't see, we made this way earlier. Got a cool little crab that sits on the top of the mountain. At night, it gets a bunch of red shining lights all over it. Okay, you are saying your tickets are cheap. No problem. Let's actually take a quick look at what our park's ride situation even is. The daily grind here. Thank you for the Gigantify, I do appreciate it. It's okay, I have to repair the individual stations. The Station 2 is fine. Station 3 is fine. Don't know why it's saying that the repair state is awful. Okay, that's fine. So unachievable goals. We can go over here. We'll have it do a full refurbishment. We will have... Okay, none of the other ones are in dire strait. Drop in savings is pretty low. We can go ahead and check on you. And we will have that one take a refurbishment. Alright, let's see how our rides turned out. So, as far as the prestige goes, unfortunately the slide just became old. It did not become a classic. So that's a bummer. We checked on this one. And the Cash Burner also only became old. Not a classic. Our little show ride there became old, not a classic. You also became old and not a classic. The wave pool became old, not a classic. You're still aging. Jury's not in for you yet. You became old, not a classic. You're still aging. You're still aging. You're still aging. You feel personally attacked? Yeah, that's the thing. So apparently, it used to be every single ride was guaranteed to become a classic. So it was just the conventional wisdom. You just had to ride it out till you hit the other side. But yeah, so a lot of these rides are reaching the point of becoming dated and all that stuff. And all that does is old but not a classic. It's tough. But yeah, so if you notice, what ends up happening is when it's new, it has a 20% bonus to appeal. Established, I believe, is a 10% bonus to appeal. Dated is a minus 10%. I believe this one goes minus 15 and that one goes minus 20. And this is where it can switch from aging to, it can be, I can't remember, it's like something like resurging or something like that. And the idea is like it's a ride that, you know, people feel so fondly for that, you know, it ends up being those things. I have no idea what that word means. But yeah, so there's a prestige rating on here. Russian composer? Gotcha. Yeah, so there's a prestige rating here. That's the whole thing. Known for cannons and ensembles? Yeah, I've probably heard the music, it's just, you know, without context, my brain does not catch it. Alright, so park options. Repair all vandalism. So we caught 24 out of 144 vandals. We caught 284 out of 312 vandals. We have all that's going fine. Our pool pass is about 24 bucks. Our priority pass is like $4. Scenery is the thing holding my park back from having a higher rating. At this point, attraction prestige is maxed. Unique attractions is maxed. Park reputation is just shy of maxed. And then it's just the aesthetics of the last is our lowest rating. So far as the stuff going on here, hunger and thirst are our two primary negatives that we're running into. Help, where are all the lifeguards? That's the weird people who are floating off into the abyss. And then we got a couple rides that people are complaining about being expensive. The water slides awareness is sorting itself out. As far as prestige goes, none of our rides have particularly high prestige. Hey, Sal! How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Did we get a shout out for Salberry, by the way? Absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I highly recommend, but what were you playing today? And I also understand if you got a raid and run and all that stuff. Like, don't let me keep you, but you know you're always welcome. But let me go ahead and make sure you get a shout out for Salberry. Alright. Who's playing some Enshrouded? Excellent. I hope you had a good time with that. Probably ending soonest. But you wanted to creep on your park? Yeah, no, it's going well. Let me give you a little bit of a tour. So we've got our, we've got all our people showing up in here. And we've got, you know, your classic money shot where you walk in, you don't see a whole lot. And then the park just kind of unfolds around you. But kind of the fun thing is we are price gouging the living daylights out of absolutely everyone here. So if you're ever wondering, every single one of our rides, we have the priority pass and give anyone who pays extra, you know, priority over everyone. And then on top of that, we are actually using dynamic pricing, which means the busier the ride, the more we charge for it. But we're not monsters. We have proper seating, you know, and shade, unlike most actual theme parks. But yeah, so when you check out the names of all of our rides and everything we got going on here, The names are all stuff like, you know, volatile pricing, or one of our most popular rides, the wallet ripper, or the cycle of debt, or puts a dent in your wallet, or price invoked fear. But yeah, so going through, like, you got your main thoroughfare, you got like all your, you know, gift shops, and you can buy your photos and all that, your changing room and whatnot. Over here you've got, you know, food and drink selection. We got our pool that is forever over capacity. I've got another pool right on the other side here that's all painted to look like blood. Oh, I guess there's actually people in here now. I was gonna say in the past there's like no one in there, and then this one is always over capacity. People are complaining. We've got our nice little crab we built on the top of the mountain. You know, as you do. Got all our flume rides that go down here and then just dump into the pool. Got our various roller coasters and all that with all their various things. I always meant to like completely finish going in where with that. Got a bunch of rides that go through. So the Money Ripper, the Wall Ripper. This is one of my most popular attractions. It's just surfing. I planned for that to look more like a jet when I built it. So these were not the results I was aiming for, but I think these results are better than like. I was gonna have like a little jet engine effect, so it looked like it's spinning and the fire was like launching it. Now it just, you know, there's screams. It's fine. We've got our for anyone who's seen Epcot Soaring. That's what that is basically. We've got our train that goes around the park to get you everywhere. But we have a lot of underground areas that if we go throughout the park. So we get down here and you got the areas that take us between everything. Let's see. Oh, a visual representation of your bank account on fire. We've got a lot of rides that fit that theming. And if we go in here, oh, I can't. The only problem is using the camera underground. But I got a lot of roller coasters that go in and out of mountains and all that. But this is the area we've just begun building, that it's going to be all spooky themed and everything. I was planning on setting up a bunch of triggers over here, and then that didn't work out quite as well as I wanted. Alright, so one thing that's going to have to happen, I've been putting off doing this. I have too many cars in this ride, and so the poor people just sit there. Alright, so I'll have to test that. But yeah, then I can go ahead and I'll show you some of the roller coasters you've got set up. But yeah, so we're slowly building this out to have the spooky theme. Obviously, I've got way too much empty space. But we use the classic strategy of, you know, you've got a bunch of raised earth kind of surrounding the area, so when you walk in the park, like it showed, you know, you've got the quote-unquote money shot of going in here and just seeing the park unfold in front of you. We've got that over here as well. That you go down here. And go through this cave system. And then that'll be that same thing again. Obviously, there's not enough built in this land quite yet to get it. But that'll be the idea, is you'll be able to walk in there and see it. I might make this path connect over as well. But that's a strategy you see a lot of parks. Like, I think Epic Universe does it the best right now at theme parks. Where you just kind of cross from one land to the other and there's something that blocks your vision. Or, for example, Universal Studios Islands Adventure, like when you go into the Harry Potter area, you have to, like, zigzag. And the idea is we've got this definitive break between that's this area and that area where you can't see both of them at the same time. Alright, so that's reopening. Got a goal, or a place where you just drive through a house called Unachievable Goals. It's great. But yeah, I've been really liking, for those who didn't know, they've had an update very recently. And the update they've added adds seasons and weather patterns and all that. So I actually have to add, to like my pools and all that, I have to add heaters or eventually they'll freeze and everything and people won't go into them and everything. And something with this update, the number of pickpockets is wild. Like we are dealing with a significant number of pickpockets. But yeah, so I've got 3 roller coasters at this point, so I figure let's take a quick tour of our roller coasters. Go ahead and pop on this roller coaster here. Just waiting for her to get on. Alright. So we got our little, like, kids roller coaster here. Which I do not remember the name of off the top of my head. But yeah, it's just a friction roller coaster. But a big part of making your theme parks look good is use actual strategies they use in theme parks for, like I said, where it's separating out the lands and all that. It doesn't strategically add anything to the game. When I build a lot of my buildings, I'll put fake doors for the employees on the back, because the employees don't need to go in the back. But if you just make, like, your quick service restaurant, you make it the building a little bit deeper, and you put a false door on the back, it makes it look that much more real. Okay. So as you can see, very simple roller coaster. That's the first one we did. Not a whole lot of action going on with that one. The next roller coaster we have is, I believe... Alright, so I got two of them here. That's the one that goes in the mountain. It'd be this one would be my next one. Which is located inside that hill over there. And then stuff like having the picture purchasing right outside. It's like this is the exit to that ride. Apparently the camera got moved at some point, which is great. So all these people get a really good picture of their seat. And this is what the people in the back of the roller coaster get. They get the hands of the people in front of them. Perfect, no notes. I teleported through the ground. So what I want to do... There you go. So you're getting in line now. Alright. So grab her. So you can ride this ride. Okay, maybe slight change of plans and which train we're going on. Alright, so let's go to the front train. Set the camera on the front train. There we go. Versus staring at the back of the seat. And that shouldn't take long to take off. I also appreciate that it shows the stats in this. So this isn't a super good roller coaster. It's at only 6.3. But a big part of that is because in challenge mode, which is what we're playing on. For the record, we're playing on challenge mode on hard economy and everything sweaty and try hard. But to get these things, they'll tell you stuff to do to get like a payout of more money. We're pretty late game, so those are actually good payouts. Early on, I think they end up being about $2,000. But you know, when every penny matters. That is, I'm sorry. I clicked the wrong thing. Oh, good. You only missed the ramp. Okay. Yeah, no, you want a couple roller coasters like different intensities. This one's a little bit rougher. As you can tell by all the corkscrewing and all that. And that's the stock market crisis. And then our last roller coaster, which they wanted me to make a roller coaster that caused over 4 nausea. We backtracked it a little afterwards. But yeah. So we can go here, we'll set the camera on the first seat on the first car. So this one is probably going to be horrific to watch. I will warn you in advance. This is a rotating roller coaster, and we spin it pretty fast as it's going along its way, because it just wanted me to get nausea of at least 4. We did achieve our goals. It's got nausea of 6.86. This roller coaster wrecks people, and probably really should be redone, but I carved holes in the mountain. I don't want to redo it. So this is a roller coaster you go on when you just don't want to feel good and you want to go home for the end of the day. You know, you've had enough theme park for the day, but, you know, if you're just like, I want to go home, everyone else in your party is going to be bummed out. But instead you're going to ride this, you're going to get off, you're going to immediately throw up, and then no one's going to contest you wanting to leave. So, fun ride, huh? I would hate this. Okay. But yeah, so it spins the whole way. It's the Ultra Spin Coaster, which is called Financial Anxiety. Even watching, it's pretty rough. We have a bathroom that's dirty, needs a janitor. Guests are desperate. Is this happening because of what I think is happening? So oh no, there was a shift change. And because of the shift change, no one was going. So the entire thing just sat with everyone wanting to get off the ride and being unable to do so. I do wish with Planet Coaster they programmed it a little bit better so that the moment they get off of there, they get on, but they physically won't get on until those four are out of here. So they'll leave, and then the moment the door closes. So I do wish it was a little bit more fluid, and I understand it's because there'd be path crossing and all that. Yeah, so we're just going to make the peak price a little bit higher, and that should manage that line. Alright, so one of the things we're going to need to do is I'm running into more stuff getting vandalized. I'm going to drop 2 more security guards. And the other thing we're going to go ahead and do is we are going to add into the scenery. I'm going to go to our food services area. Here. Have a camera watching that. The camera watching there. Then let's get our big standing cameras. I've been putting those kind of at intersections. Okay, so I put it down there. There's no electricity that far down, so I'll put you over here. The problem is the cameras actually have a pretty decent maintenance cost. All right. We've had a lot of pickpocketing along this road. So we'll get that. Okay, so let's check out our heat maps and see what problems we got going on. So right now, as far as guest moods, we have a lot of really unhappy people back here. Like, this area back here is full of unhappy people, and I'm not sure what the deal is. So entertainment appears to be fine. Hunger, not so great. Thirst, horrifically bad. Restrooms, not great. Energy, you're basically good. Nausea, you're good. Panic, you're good. Souvenir, you're fine. Warmth, you're fine. Sun cream. What's going on here? Oh, there's no one there. Alright, so I'm thinking what we need to do here is we're running into a problem where we're not getting our staff back here in time. I think the closest staff room is right down there. So it's probably a situation where I need to tuck some staff room around here somewhere. Now, annoyingly enough, the staff room has like a massive negative impact on the surrounding like aesthetics or whatever, scenery score, which I find silly, but it's fine. So what I can do here is facilities, and this will be our first staff room that'll actually be a big staff room. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tuck this around behind the castle. You know what? This will be part of the castle. We're going to edit the building. Yeah, you know what we can actually do? This is probably not the way to do this. This will work out. Because what I can do now is you're part of this building. I can grab this fake door. You become a real door on this side. Don't need to adjust its actual position. I can seal that in the wall there. Yeah, this one it's like whatever. The one that makes me laugh is in Planet Zoo. That you have the whole thing where it's like, oh no, I can see like the animal care facilities. This negatively impacts my view, like my expectations of this place. And you're like, man, people pay extra to see the animal areas in those areas. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, very genuinely, people pay really good money to see like the behind the scenes and that kind of nonsense in those places. It's not a negative, it's a premium that people pay for. Yeah, you play Planet Zoo, and the wildest the guesses. This is such a bad zoo. I can see the animal feed getting made. Yeah, it's like people pay good money to get those like behind the scenes kind of glances. Like that is something they go out of their way to provide. It's such a big draw. Okay. Got a pair of sorcerer statues we can put there. A withered tree and a wishing tree. Then go over here. Go to the trees. I need more options for, like, dead plants or whatever. Stuff for the spooky area. It's fine. So let's see what that did to our scenery score. Yeah, so that restaurant is packed. I probably will need more food options. So I have food options inside the mountain. So probably tuck some food options, like, maybe around here. Could certainly be a thing. I'm just trying to think, because I want to make sure I leave room for rides. Just having this whole area in the middle just be, like, food doesn't feel like it's a great choice. Alright, what do we got going on right now? Stuff keeps getting vandalized. We have restrooms that aren't getting cleaned. Okay. Let's get more staff members going on. So... There'll be more janitors than I need. More security than I need. Bunch of mechanics. And let's see about entertainers. So we got you four. We got you. We'll get the, we'll get you and the cactus guy. And that's already probably way more staff than I should be adding at one time. Let's see. Dismiss all. Make sure that gets repaired. And now I want to go to my staff. We were underpaying them up until today, because again, we're playing on really hard economy. And so, to get through the early game, we actually had to, like, really kind of underpay everyone, price gouge everything. Like, it was really kind of over the top, all the stuff we were doing. But at this point, we can, we're making enough money I can afford to boost their pay. Because I'm just needing a lot of people working around here now. And I need to go and start setting my zones better. I've got zones, but I'm not leveraging them as much as I should be. So let's go to our staff schedule right here. Let's go to our janitor. And you're not assigned to any zone. So we have advanced, setting, zone 4, apply all day, okay. So I got a dedicated janitor to zone 4. Let's get a mechanic. I'm gonna grab you. Advanced. Zone 4, apply, confirm. We got a mechanic dedicated to zone 4. We'll go to security guard. Same deal. That way, no matter what, I have at least one person wandering those areas. That'll be fine. Alright. And we paid off all our loans. Yeah, so at this point, we're just kind of making all the money we could possibly want. No real major effort in keeping that. And this is a normal thing you run into with a lot of Tycoon games. Is you have the early game, which is rough. Eventually, well, it can be rough, I should say. Eventually you hit the point where things start to stabilize, and then you'll start turning a profit, and you can just scale it up. Alright, so we need, for our challenge, we need flat rides with at least 4 excitement and 4.5 fear. So, we don't have a 360 power yet, and that does fit the criteria. Let's go ahead and we're going to tuck this in here. So I have the entrance on this side. The exit down there. This bathroom has shut down because there's not enough people there to take care of it. All right. So we're also going to go in here, though, before we get too far. I'm going to set dynamic pricing. We're going to increase the max price it can be quite a bit. Increase the longest the line can be quite a bit. I'm going to enable the priority pass. Alright. And we're going to say anyone with priority pass always gets highest priority. We're going to need a tall ride named the Lightning Rod. Yeah, I mean, lightning strikes are a thing in the game now. Granted, this is only at 12%. I'm honestly surprised. I have not seen any of the, Yes, we're on the hard economy. That's fine. Unless they, like, didn't turn it on by default, which would be very upsetting. So, game options. Now that's all fine. Yep. So what I was curious about is we have the wear pattern. Now, granted, technically in game, we're only 6 days, and we are in a temperate tile, which is supposed to get all 4 seasons. It's just one of those things. I think I'm just like overestimating how fast you shift between seasons and all that. I would have figured we would have switched seasons by now, considering how much I'm getting done. Okay, so this is the fast pass line, so we're just going to go and take it right up here. Oh yeah, I want to... A little gap there. Alright. And this is the normal line. That's fine. Okay, so that's the bare minimum for that ride to be functional. The aesthetics around here are not great. Let's see. This will be financial ruin. Excellent. So we need theming for this. What I'm going to actually do is, like we've been doing with some of these ones, now bring the ground up to meet it. And part of the reason I'm doing this is just one of the things you could do, and I mentioned this a couple of times, but I know we got extra people here, is your parks will end up looking where all the terrain is just flat, and it'll really make your park look kind of messy beforehand, like just not as interesting. But having little variations in elevation and all that do so much for making the park, you know, look so much more genuine, more real. And this game, they're kind enough that modifying the terrain costs nothing. Paths cost nothing. All your rides and all that stuff cost stuff, but you can alter the terrain and paths as many times you want to get it the way you like without being punished. Alright. So let's go ahead and choose this stuff. Start covering the air with a whole bunch of trees. Oh yeah, for the record, I'm in Florida. We're also known for extremely flat. But the thing is, there's flat like this, where it is like literally flat. And then there's, you know, at least having some elevation. Because I would still describe this side here as fairly flat. You know, there's a little bump up here. But even truly flat areas, unless you're talking like a salt plain or something like that, is going to have like some variation going on. There we go. It's just burnt a bunch of money to toss down a ton of trees, which will help because that means I got less I have to worry about decorating. And again, it can act as filler. Now, obviously, what you'd want to do long term is fill in some more stuff up here because it's like weird having like a little green belt there. But with that, we can now go to scenery here, and it takes a little bit of the pressure off. Can I change the color of this? I can't, right? No, because I could like turn the like leaves brown or orange or something like that. it'd work. So surrounding the lines with reeds. Nope, she got off and immediately threw up. I understand. She wasn't thrown up before she got on the ride. Put the reeds between the fast pass line and the not fast pass line. You know, we don't want our more wealthy clientele to be forced to interact with the normal clientele. They pay for a premium experience. I like how a lot of these reeds are going to be like all crooked and everything, and it's fine. It's the kind of stuff that I can actually fix later if it's bad. Plus, if the people are paying the normal price, and you know. We just want them to know how their business is appreciated. That we're happy they're spending their like $20 per ride, but if they could do us a solid and make it $30, we would love to discuss that with them. Oh, yeah, this is a pretty cursed line. You know what? I can get behind that. Yeah, just like march through. It's not a cornfield, it's reeds, but just march through the cornfield to get there. And how are you now? 44% scenery. Right, so what other things we should have? Special effects. Let's grab our misters. We've been using those in this back area a lot. Because the whole ambience back here is supposed to be, like, vaguely spooky. Alright, so you're up to 65%? What else can we add here worthwhile? And we got our benches and everything. Have I not put down my benches in this whole area? No wonder people hate it back here. Alright. I've got work to do. I am happy to finally see guests back here. Because that's been a big problem. You know, it helps to actually have rides and stuff to do, and food and restrooms and all that. And your janitors now will fix the vandalized stuff. They'll, like, replace it for you. Which I appreciate. But it's another thing that the janitors need to help with that, you know, I'd have them ready for. I also don't have the lights along all the roads. Okay, we'll get all these benches down for people to sit. And then we need to get trash cans down so people don't litter everywhere. Okay. And all this does count as scenery. So this will generally help the whole area. The lights will be the big one. Once they start placing all the lights, they have a decent scenery bonus. Okay, so you got all that. So next up is the trash cans. I also realized I really should have switched the trash can style when we got to this area. At this stage, I've already put them down and I'm not switching. Okay. The lights are going to be the hardest one to do. Because they made all the paths curved, I won't be able to just grab them by like X or Y and just pull them along. Got restrooms that need cleaning. And a bunch of things have problems that need to be dealt with. Okay, so you need to be cleaned. You need to be cleaned. You need to be fixed. You're fine. You're fine. You need to be fixed. You're fine. Replace that. Get rid of all those. Get rid of the people caught on camera. Alright. So little by little, that's improving. Alright, well, we're getting a proper line of people now riding the train, too, for what it's worth. I'm assuming you can't just toss another train on there easy enough. Yeah, probably could have a third train on there. It's fine. Okay, so we got all that set up. This is all going along well. Little by little, we're adding more rides. What's your... environment's at 65 now. So then I was going to work on this. Okay. So do not align with surface. Okay. So I'm just trying to get a bunch of lights up here. But we'll end up wanting more around like the pools and all that, but for right now, Never did put any of the stuff along the paths. This will help with our scenery score a lot for the whole park. Okay. And we can get this last little bit set up with the lights here. I'm seeing a lot of people in that pool. Or at least in the pool area. I don't know about actually in the pool itself. Yeah, so current attendance on this pool is 108 out of 588 capacity. The scenery is still only 50%. The whole middle of the pool doesn't actually have anything really going on for it. We did add misters and all that stuff to it, but that's its own thing. Refurbish our generator. You caught people on camera doing stuff. You're over capacity. We're short on staff working on some of the things. That's fine. Okay, so basically what we got here is I have in the middle of this place no scenery that does much for it. What we need to do is come up with some type of scenery that goes over top of this place. That can help. I put a bunch of misters in there, but like I said, it's not really doing what I need. Let's see. Stick to surface. Spooky rock sticking out of the middle? I think that makes sense. Right now I'm putting down a bunch of misters to make it all foggy. Yeah, so we can go down here to trees, rocks. Scale. We will have you snap to the surface. Some scenery that resembles stuff you'd find in soup would go well with the theme. Oh yeah, for those who didn't catch, it's People's Stew is the name of this one. Because we made the water like blood red. Because it's in like the spooky area. So scenery-wise... we got that. What else do we want to add for the spooky rock? Do we have any solid animatronics we can add on to you? Or any solid spooky anything? Put some skulls on it, even though they're more like Western style skulls than anything, but that's still fine. It's a skull. It'll work. Alright. Got a bunch of candy, cowboys. Decorative things there. Got driftwood. Some like dragon sconces. Alright, we got presents, got a bunch of other junk. Got firefly jars. Bunch of random letters for stuff. And a giant spider staring down into the water. That'll do it. There's some small glowing mushrooms. And how's the scenery now? 66%. I feel like that is perfect for the spookiness. That 66% is actually probably more appropriate than 100%. Get all things repaired. Keep catching people on camera. Alright. Guess thought. I love swimming. Alright, I mean, you're in the right place, I guess. Yes, apparently I have to hit 708 scenery to make that happy. But all in all, everything's going good. They're keeping the pool clean. Yeah, it's just treating it as, like, pretty much safe. That's fine. Okay. So we're just getting, like, endless money now. We're an extremely lucrative park. Let's see how our rides are going, because a lot of our rides are getting old, but not classic. Yeah, all of the rides over here did not become classics. You're still aging. You're not hit that threshold yet. You also became old, not a classic. You're still just dated. How long till you become... Yeah, so you got a little bit longer before we find out if you're gonna prestige or whatever. And the pools don't have such a mechanic. And then you're not as old as the stuff on that side, right? Yeah. Yeah, so the next rides we'd find out is this one here. It's relatively close to hitting that threshold. You're relatively close. But yeah, so that's kind of a whole big thing. Is it used to be that you were guaranteed if you sat in a ride long enough, eventually it'd become a classic. But that's no longer true. Your ride has to be like a really solid ride for it to become a classic. Otherwise, it just becomes an old ride. Now granted, all that really means is you have an appeal of minus 20% versus a classic is plus 20%. Which, needless to say, is a pretty big difference. But even losing 1/5 of your customers than you'd normally have, you can still turn a pretty good profit on that. You're going to keep building more rides, and it just means people will go to those other rides too. And have you ever run into a situation... Oh, you're waiting on one more, and you're waiting on one more. Well, they're working on it. Oh, I forgot. Overspending together is the group raft. Alright, so we can go here and check out our heat map again. Because the heat map I want to check... Yeah, so here's where the pickpocketing is happening. So we look back here, there's a rare spot here and there. But it's this bottleneck right here is where the most of it's happening, and then a decent amount over there. But it's like right here is where everyone's getting nabbed. Which I've got a security guard that only wanders in this spot. And I got security guards that wander here. The security guard that wanders there. Alright. Man, I've been pretty happy with this. I think we're in a good spot with the theme park, that we're continuing to grow. We just keep adding rides. Yeah, and it's still scenery as our lowest star, which is basically just adding more as we make our rides. We'll get that. The amount of vomit in the park is apparently a real big problem. Do we have a heat map for... Needs cleaning. I'm assuming I'm going to find an area that's just horrific in red. We got a little spot on that exit row that's pretty bad. Got a little spot there that's a little bad. Alright, so we're running into a problem where some of our guests are stuck. That happens. So the way we'd fix that is just doing a reload. But we're at that point. What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to go ahead and save this. But I've been pretty happy with what we got with this park so far. I think it's excellent. The plan, I think, tomorrow is going to be checking out the 1.0 release of Flotsam, which is sort of like a top-down raft. That'll be fun. But I'm pretty happy revisiting Planet Coaster 2. And it's a thing that you can keep expanding more and more. I do have... Let me actually see if I can't pull up my other park. Those are all the story stuff. Yeah, let me exit to the main menu. I want to go and take a quick peek at the theme park we made last time we played. Not to like actually do it. I just kind of want to show it off because I'm very proud of it. But that's the challenge mode we've been playing, and those challenges really do add a lot. I very much have... I think this is an excellent mode here. The mode a lot of people play is this franchise mode, because that's the whole thing where you can unlock stuff using it. I want to check. It's not you. I don't think that's it. Ah, it's this one. Yeah, so let's view this park here real fast. This is the one we made the last time we played before all the updates, because it's another one that I very much enjoyed making on stream. But I just kind of want to show these up before I start wrapping up for the night. Yeah, so this is the one we made last time, where you have that money shot coming in, where we have all sales are final, legal for now, and we're not liable. But, you go in here, and they had introduced sunburns and all that to the game at that point, so that's the reason you have all the canvas tarps all over everything. But, we did a kind of this thing where you had this big walkway that goes up and around here. You have all your entries to the slides and all that there. We got our gondolas that go up the other side. I really love the look of this park, even if the park is actually kind of pretty bad, because you ride the water slide down if you want to do another one. You got to get on this little sidewalk over here. And while the sidewalk route is super scenic and gorgeous, and has all this cover and all that, you just have to walk this whole way up and around. And again, with like those red covers and all that. But you walk this whole way, and there's like, one ride over there if you wanted. But the problem is just the fact that to get back on the water slides after you rode a water slide, you pretty much have to circumvent the entire park. You're just going to get above it. To get up here. To then get in line to go back on there. or you gotta take the gondolas from all the way down there, up and around. So it's a really gorgeous park for like just the cinematic scene side with all the lighting and all that. I also forgot about the train. I forgot we made the rocket train that shoots fire into the sky. Because it has these like giant rocket engines. It doesn't change the way the train functions, but it's just kind of fun wooden coaster where you just see like this fire trail behind the whole thing. We should be going here in a moment, I think. Oh, right, we're not on edit, we're on view. Because the franchise mode is designed so you can play with buddies where I can view the park while you're working on it kind of thing. Or I can edit the park, do all sorts of stuff, save it, and then you can grab the park and edit. I don't believe you can do stuff at the same time or anything like that, though. Yeah, so if you watch the train going around, it just has these, like, cool... Of course, it turns to day the moment it goes. But it's got, like, the cool, like, fire following the tracks and everything. This is another one that's, like, really happy with how that turned out. But anyways, with all that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to be wrapping up here in a minute. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. But what's going to end up happening here is if you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream is going to end abruptly for you on the YouTube because I don't have a host ready over there. But thank you, and don't forget to like and subscribe. But for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and toss up my ending stream screen and finding someone for